Good morning. March 1st. We're going to be streaming, trading, options, stocks, futures. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. I'll get set up here a bit. HLBZ kept going. Little Yazzie. It's behind similar really to yesterday's pre-market. Good. Okay. Shared on Twitter. Appreciate you guys doing the same. Okay, so I think we had some Fed speakers. Yeah, Kashkari speaking this morning. Says inflation is not driven by labor market. Wondering if some of this was from Fed speakers this morning. Let's see, I started at 8. Oh, well, Germany's CPI came in hotter than expected. That could have been part of it. Yeah, German CPI came in at 0.8. And the estimates were 0.5 month over month. Year over year came in at 8.7. Estimates were 8.5. So, excuse me. That's right here where this wick started. So that might be contributing to this sell-off. And then Nigel from ECB is saying stuff. He's saying stubborn about inflation. Tesla might have a plant in Mexico, battery plant. Morning, Ace. Good morning, Christopher. You're welcome. Yeah. Nice trades on HLBZ. Nice trades. Good shout out from Ace. Keeping an eye on our plays. I wouldn't have seen that for a bit. You caught it pretty early, Ace. I don't even know where you caught it. Guess. Yeah, an alert at the all-time low would have been smart. Kashkari says inflation is very high. Fed's job is to bring it down 2% target. Inflation is not being driven by labor market. Wage growth is now too high to be consistent with 2% inflation. Concerning that rate hikes so far have not brought down services inflation. We would like to avoid recession, but getting inflation down is job one. There we go. Nat gas is maybe going to give us a little dip buy. GME is pretty flat. BBBY had a little pump up, but came back down. AMC sold off from the earnings. Tesla's investor day. What time is that at actually? Is that during market hours? Can't remember. GTII, is this up? Closed. He's not trading after hours? I don't get why. Just no volume? I don't know. What? RKDA? That's a glitch. Says it's up 3,500%. What? A glitch. And then Retta. Retta's up there. So Retta was kind of a coin flip. I thought about getting cash cleared puts. I'm actually glad I didn't. That's sketchy to have on pharmaceuticals. So yeah, their approval could have gone either way. If it didn't get approved, it could have sold off just as much. But it got approved, so it's up 172%. And then HLBZ is one of the tops on the pre-market movers. Morning, Christopher. Morning, Access. These lines erased. You guys haven't joined our Discord, should put a link for it, and I'll pin it with demanding words. Get logged in over here. Should have buying power today. Let's see. Got about 5 minutes to open. Market's bouncing a little bit. Glad I closed out of my short on ES last night. Even though it just got dumped on after close and even into close. That was so crazy. That last like minute candle. And then it kept going. It's a good thing I did though. This might have actually... No, that wouldn't have stopped me out, but... Yeah. Big money sticks around. Okay, I do have buying power in the trading account. The farm? I don't think I do. Dang. I think it was from that put. Got a put on GME and then I closed it same day. Who hastily did it. I've looked at what it said. Vulcan's up 6%. Free market, coins up 1.5%. RSI's coming down here a bit. Put some levels in here. It came down pretty significantly after the close. Morning, SHF. Level in here. Looks like it's at 4 o'clock. So Tesla will probably keep pumping today. Whoa. Excuse me. kind of still a gap down on the market. It's down 0.23%, so just a roller coaster to get here. For that gap fill on BBBY today. I guess I could go long on the trading account. On the long term. You see what I can roll these for. All right, market's gonna open in 1 minute. March 1st. All right, 10 seconds. Whoa, GME just flushed it open. That was weird. It was really weird. HLBZ is opening up 33%. Bed Bath down 1.5%. Body is up 12%. Ops ships. Retta up 180%. No Labs is up 15%. Do they have news on HLBZ? No. No reason for the rally. $2.6 million so far on BBBY. That gas is down 2%. Our gurus pumping up 10%. Eyes rallying up here. Oil's been coming down. Dollar's down. I don't know why it does. Sometimes it doesn't show the ticker up there. It's annoying. BBBY coming down. What's wrong with GME? Why are you angry with GME? Down 1.5%. RSI divergence. Yeah, it's squashed. So that's more bearish. Thanks everyone. Yeah, I mean, it is holding up to support. We'll see. The fact that we haven't had big drops, being under the 50, and then even being under 1940, kind of hanging out here, shows there's some kind of support going on. And maybe now it's over. There's maybe our flush, down 2.5%. Yeah, if we start to break, I'm gonna get back into puts on this thing. Write it down to 16, 15 or so. We'll see. Kind of flushy. I'll open it up. Only down 2%, guys. Jeez. Down 2.6. We haven't had like a 10, 11% day in a long time. Was this the last time? That really just flushed out of the gate. This is old GME, which is what I think what you want to see. The retest on 15. Dump into earnings. Rally out. Let's do it. Are you summoning him to tweet, or he did tweet? Yeah, there you go, down 3%. All right. I'm gonna wait for a bounce. I'll probably get some puts. Yeah, it's outpacing SPY so heavily too. You will tweet. I call thee Brian Cohen. Yeah. Yep. This might be one of those mornings where it's good to get in early. Already down 3% though. Wait for a bounce. Even though the IV is low, I might as well do a spread. This the spreads on the options in GME in the morning are so crazy. You could, if you just get a good fill, you could literally just flip them in the first like 10 minutes. I've gotten awful fills. I'm usually on the other side of it, getting the awful fill, but if you do it right, you can get good fills. Thanks for your likes, guys. Appreciate it. Early morning thumbs up. They're hard to muster, but you guys are legends. HLBZ still up 29%. Our Guru's up 11. See if there's kind of a false break before I get too crazy. Eyes bouncing up here. We need extended. No, we don't need extended. Eyes moving up there. BBBY down 1.95%. So close to finishing that gap fill at 1.3. Probably do some more 1.5 cash secured puts if we hit there. Maybe some shares. You gonna go soon? Yeah, good. GME could still dump down to 15 first though. That would only take a couple days. You know, could do it in a couple days. If we get a rally starting this early into OPEX, that'd be crazy. That would then be like repeating March. Wasn't that into OPEX, I think? No, yeah, that rally started after OPEX. So, yeah, that started on T+2. So SLD, just traditional. SPY's coming down a bit here. GME with some weird looking candles. I kind of want to get these. Make it a little safer. My strikes were too risky. Do one in the money. Let's see, 5, 4. Okay. Just getting the order queued up, saving it. HLBZ, little profit taken here. Starting to fill that gap. I might guess buying Carvana. March 2022. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is where we are on the time frame, which is funny, but possible we're actually repeating it right here as well. Okay, market's coming down here. I'm gonna put this order out. I put it at the bid, so see if I can have patience. Still early to be open options, but oh, there you go. That little spike got me. All right, well, in it to win it, I guess. I was just about to like change the price as I saw it bouncing, but what's interesting is it's actually, yeah, it's kind of inversing SPY there. So my probability on this play, I'll show you. And if I'm wrong, I'll have to close it, but I'll close it tomorrow. So it's a little higher probability. I had one further out of the money and I was like, no, I don't like that. So break even's 45%, max profit's 21%. So just moving my long put further in the money just increased my odds of profit. So, and then of course having a spread helps. But we'll see. Today's break might be a little false breakout. We might be ready to rip. He did buy 100,000. That's true. That did help. That did help. Put space on. SPY is holding up pretty well here. Well. Yeah, I was seeing some of the news with IMX and Loopring, or that, yeah, the Unity Games thing. I don't know of anybody talking about buying a lot of BBBY. First solar's up 10. Retta's holding up well. Ops is still up 8%. This one has made big moves before. Keep Ryan away from it. Oh, SPY's filling the gap. Had a line there. Was that pre-market? Yeah, a little pre-market resistance. So put a little level there. Maybe one there. Next major level, though, I'd say is the pre-market high. So SPY starts to rally. We'll see if it pulls GME. Hasn't yet. These candles are ugly. Thoughts that he says is trash? I don't have any opinion on his opinion. I don't care what he thinks. Stops on Web3. Yeah, there needs to be some intrinsic value there. You know, where companies can make money with it. The only way I've really seen, I guess, is with skins that actually have value you can transfer from game to game or even in game. Okay, market's rallying here a bit. Thanks for your likes, guys. I appreciate it. We're at 9. The early morning likes are good. SPY is rallying here. GME not getting a lift yet from it, so might come later in the day, but I don't know. I mean, it did break through that low. I guess I'm accidentally inversing Linux. I think we could get a rally, but just not sure if we're gonna go from here or go down first. Yeah, if I go to close this, it doesn't say any problem. It's weird, it doesn't give me any warning if I try and close this in day trade. Better not do it though. Game like, yes, I mean, yeah, something has to have a lot of traffic, of course, because even if it does gain popularity, or something like a marketplace make a lot of money. I mean, they've got to have a ton of volume. They're basically a credit card processor. You know, they're just making single percent, couple percent on a transaction. TJ, is that true? Your sister works at Target? Get ready for extra business? I mean, it's not like the people that work at Target, the managers there, have any more information than we do. Their their finger on the pulse of the market is probably not nearly as close as ours would be. So they're reading headlines and they're seeing the price of the stock drop in the headlines, and they're seeing stores close, and so they're saying, oh yeah, it's gonna go bankrupt. Where they were saying that? That's bullish. That means there's a lot of business at BBBY. If there wasn't, then Target wouldn't get busy if they closed. But yeah, that is funny. Spy kind of red candle here. Look, extend a little bit longer. GME's coming down. Yeah, it really didn't get any push up with that spy bounce. Okay, Walmart. You know, he probably does have the best stock picks. He's seen it all. He's probably lost it all. And then Dollar bought a lot of BBY. Bankruptcy or moon. I want to look at what I can see if there's any reason to roll this stuff. I can roll to next week, same strike, receive a credit. Might do that. Try and roll down to 2. I'll have to roll out quite a bit. May, June. Could maybe get a fill at June for a credit. Hmm. BBBY got a little spunky there. I could just let these. I might as well keep rolling them. So I can roll to 2. I can always roll it back forward if we get a move. For June. So this also gives me more capital, gives me more buying power. I'm agreeing to buy the shares at a lower price. Right now I'm agreeing to buy them at $2.50. So if I roll it down to $2, I'm agreeing to buy it at $2. So all that extra capital I can use will tie up less capital. Oh, I can't open. Oh, because I don't have day trade betting power. Whatever. I have to wait till tomorrow. Even though it's a credit, that's stupid. Okay, GME's coming down a bit. SPY's holding up though. HLBZ is holding up really well. Look at that. Just 2 days to recover losses from all last month. 1, 2. That's how it's going to probably be with BBY too, so. Or maybe not rolling. Yeah, maybe I'll just keep rolling at 2.5, receive a little credit, and then once it starts to get close to the money, I'll let it get exercised or assigned. I'll have the shares. SPY's come down a little bit. So let's see, at 10 o'clock we have construction spending, crude oil inventories, fuel production, weekly distillates, stocks, gas inventories, ISM manufacturing employment, ISM manufacturing new order, index, ISM manufacturing PMI. That could move the market a bit. ISM manufacturing prices. That's all coming out in like 1.5 minutes. Kashkari says we're not in a recession. Volkswagen expected to approve plans for US factory at meeting. I don't know if we can achieve a soft landing, says Kashkari says. says. Buy's coming down a little bit. GME's getting back to the lows. Kashkari is skeptical of crypto. One hopes. Nat gas is rallying up to VWAP. Is that really the dip today? That was it? This thing. Is that all the dip we get? I'm getting so bullish on this thing. Okay. Like it's market doesn't like it. It was kind of waiting for this data, I think. It just came out before you get this reaction. Let's see. Not sure it matters, but on UNG the volume has been decreasing. GME made a new low. Oil's coming down some. I kind of want to start trading oil more. Like right now, maybe. Let me see what they look like. Oh, now it's bouncing a bit. looks different. There, oil's dropping. GME 1860. HLBZ came down a little bit. Below VWAP. That gas still going. A little bit above VWAP, we'll see. If FI is going to dilute. Faraday Future Intelligent Electric Incorporated. Their intelligent mobility ecosystem. Under shares, GME last March for the run up. Yeah, I saw that. I shared that on our Discord this morning. They paid off their senior note, their interest on their senior notes. Our Guru is still rallying. They have earnings. Price target raised. Oh, they did have earnings, yeah. Got some price target upgrades. First Solar's up 11%. Blink is up 13. Tesla's down 2.5 now. Some early profit takers maybe. Selling the news before the news. GME just broke the low. Yeah, we'll see. That support not holding is pretty bearish to me. I get max profit at just under 16 on this. I only have like 2 weeks though, which could easily happen. Break even on it's 1807, so that's what's nice. We're almost to the break even on it. So if SPY breaks this low, might take a short there. Oh, just broke it. Whoa, that was a big flush there on the SPY. So now it's at pre-market lows. I missed my entry on the short. I'm gonna wait now. See if it bounces here. Oh, it's below it a little bit. I think this partially from that ISM manufacturing, and then Germany CPI was hot this morning, came out. GME is flushing. I'm gonna be patient on this short. Thanks for your likes, guys. We're at 14 already in the morning. That's great. Oil dropping still. Yeah. I almost took that short. I don't watch oil enough to just jump in and pull the trigger. I need to watch it a little more. Contracts I get on are pretty large too, so Alba's still up a bit. Oh wow, just gapped down. Never mind. Wow, was that not refreshing? Down 50, it's up 15%. I think it's gonna fill this gap today. SPY is kind of rejecting going through there, through that support, the pre-market low. Nat gas also came down off of VWAP. Dollar's kind of coming up here. Tesla's almost down 3%. Still have my HLBZ shares. Never got back green on them. I'll just hold them, I guess. I like it. SPY is actually coming through that level now. Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. This is pretty flushy. I don't want to go short, but man, it's a wanted the short if it broke here, but dragging my feet. Hate the false breakouts. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I don't like to short into this. And look, it's totally unfazed on BBBY. IRNT's up 7%. I'm gonna add to my Tesla. I wanted to add it yesterday, but I didn't have buying power. What do I got now? Man, market is not bouncing at all yet. Wow. Flipping bearish on the hourly. Yep, we might be getting our next leg down. Yeah, I average into my Tesla play. Looks like it probably bounced a little bit. Little bounce. Spreads are nice and tight on there. Kind of far out the money though. This Tesla play, it's a 145, 180 put debit spread. And it's for March. Look at that. SPY's not even bouncing yet. Holy smokes. Oil's getting a little bit of a green candle here. GME is down 4%. HLBZ is a little green candle there. So really the low of this little consolidation period, we're getting close to it. That's the next level. Might keep going there before it bounces. That's literally right here. Wow. Could that's short. The short opened up the other day and it bounced and filled and closed it. And then this short, I'm like, I'm not gonna let that happen again. I closed it, and then we get this after. I like knew that was gonna happen too. I'm like, I bet we're gonna have the continuation tomorrow now that I closed it. This move from here to here is just as much as I made from that move from there to there. I'll get back in it. Maybe even going long actually on this low for the bounce. That's probably the play actually. Catch the bounce. A bounce maybe up to this 395 area. This is quite the sell-off at open. Kind of wicking there a little bit. Dollar's ripping. Market's going up with it. Didn't quite get to that level. Big move there. 10-year yield rises, or 10-year yield 3.99%. 10-year yield rises to 4%, highest since November. U.S. short-term interest rates futures fall, pricing and Fed policy rate rising to 5.5 to 5.75% range by September. HLBZ looks like it's coming down a bit. Flying all over the place. Yep, filling the gap. Car Gurus is holding up. Pioneer. Must have earnings also. Alright, seems like it's bouncing before that support at least. So my break even on my Tesla play now 174. I brought it up. 74 is not bad. GME down 4.2%. Not getting much bounce with the market. I don't like this price either, so I might just wait for a rally to enter another short. It looks like it's just consolidating at the lows. Ready to flush through. Oil bounced a bit there with it. Might go for an oil short at VWAP here. What? Alright, buddy. Maybe you should put on some shorts. Alright. Oil rallied up there. SPY's moving up. I don't feel like we always see the oil and SPY correlation that clearly. But this morning looks pretty much identical. Oh. Oil moving up. Eyes coming back down here a little bit. It's bear flagging. GME down 4.4. Didn't get any of that bounce with SPY. 4.5. Should have gone bigger with my puts. BBBY is holding up better than GME right now. Would you look at that? Eyes bouncing here a little bit more. GME is actually making new lows on the day. 4.5%. This is good. This is good. A double bottom here. It's good and it's bad. It's good if we're repeating here. And it's bad if we're repeating here because somehow they've stretched out the time frame. So it happens much less often. SPY getting to bounce here a little bit. Good, Donero. Good. A lot of volume on SPY this morning. Ton of volume. Yeah, they didn't let it get all the way to that support, so that would have been a good bounce buy right there. Dip buy. After all. And now it hasn't broken through there. Maybe we're going to see another trip back up to the highs. This range. I'm not quite that bullish though. Help is bouncing a bit. As soon as he gets his computer fixed. Geek Squad on holiday. GME's coming down more. Red is holding up well. New lows on GME. Tesla coming down a bit. Looks like we're doing a bear flag again. All right, I might take a short there then. Bearish, exactly as we expected. I'm stoked. I'm stoked it's coming down. I got in some put debit spreads this morning. Earlier than I normally would have, but the fact that we broke that level as we started to break it, it was a little dice roll because it could have been false, but went with it. Yeah, so I think we'll probably get back into the 15, 16 range. I got a very safe put debit spread though. What's still it's good and bad. Um, so it's good. It's good if we come back down here into the teens, and then we rally, because not only just we get a rally, but we're repeating this pattern, and we're still in a pattern, and GME isn't fixed yet; it's still broken. So there's that. And then that's the good. The bad though is that they're able to hold on. The bad is that they've somehow been able to stretch out the timeline a lot. Between cycles, pinches, rallies, whatever. If it does repeat. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. But maybe more good than bad because it's still broken. It was foretold in the DD of old. $16 would be great. Yeah, I opened up 16, 19 and a half put debit spreads. I think we're almost to my break even already. Yeah, 1807 is my break even. So I'm growing up so fast. I didn't just get like 10 strike puts for this week. Somehow. 65 billion securities sold. Not yet purchased. Now how do they get forced to buy? I don't know. HLBZ bounced back up a bit. That's pretty good. This is a bear flag, but I got scared. Spy bulls scare me, so I'm gonna be patient. Three months? If we're repeating, yeah. Yeah, well, not even 3 months. I mean, this rally happened end of March, so maybe just this month. Post earnings rally. Oil's ripping. Kind of interesting. I'll wait on the SPY short. Typically those are correlated. Probably not that close, but dollar's dropping too. Yeah, market might rally here a bit. Just like the old gypsy Walmart greeter said. Oh, really? Is two guests and D Lauer on? Interesting. I just stuck here. Any of you guys still in HSDT? I don't even know where we bought in. Blink is up 9%. This chart looks pretty nice. Got this RSI divergence on the daily. Buy's now moving up. You still on Iron Net, Don? BBBY break even. It might not let it fill that gap. I don't know. It's stair step down every day. All we really need is one more day of it, like today, and we'll get it filled. And there it's green. Nice. SPY's moving up and BBBY. Net gas is back through VWAP. GME getting a little bounce from that, but VWAP's really low. BBBY with a little bit of volume there. It's up 1.3% now. I've got buying power. Let's see. Buy almost a VWAP. I know it does look like it's going with SPY, but I'm not correlating it. It never, I mean, this is going with SPY. Market's starting to rally now. The dollar's bouncing, shutting down this rally. Oil also dropping a little bit. Nat gas broke through VWAP to the upside. Pick up another contract here at nat gas. Just don't think it's getting back to my price before I'd want to sell it. I just canceled it. I don't know how heavy. Oh, no, never mind. It might be a good long. SPY broke through VWAP to the upside. GME as well, breaking through VWAP. BBBY up 2% now. Interesting. 2.8. Getting a little spazzy. Got some volume there as well. GME getting a pretty big move up here. .73% on BBBY. Pretty good volume. Not a whole lot of sell walls. Little one at $1.48. Moving up now, 3%. Dude, it just moves so spastic. Spastic? Spastic? %4 out of nowhere. Almost 5%. %5. 6%. We'll see what's happening here. 7%. 8%. 8%. Do we have 9%? What's max pain on this thing? Max pain's $1.43. SPY's rallying. BY just hit yesterday's high. Was that yesterday? Yeah, yesterday's high, and it's rejecting so far. Almost 9% though. I had a pop. Have you not been watching it? So this is almost every day we've had a pop like this. Sometimes pre-market, sometimes the day, sometimes extended end of day, beginning of the day, midday. GME moving up with SPY as well. I don't think the bottom's in yet necessarily. SPY is rallying above BBBY. Yes. I'm not too convinced on this bounce on the SPY or BBY. Volume is almost identical to what it was yesterday when we did the same thing. they've got some obligations, and it's possible these spikes that we have every day is them fulfilling just enough for the day and then back to shorting. Quite the market we trade in. That's more volume than yesterday's, actually. Just a little bit more. 4.7 million on that 5 minutes. Yesterday was 3.8. Same thing we did yesterday or 2 days ago. Sorry, 3 days ago. So far. That's why breaking the previous day's high was a big step for me, and we did that on this day, and that's why I think I went long maybe, but ended up not being anything. I thought, why am I trying to time the bottom? Not wait for the momentum. You got out in some green? Pretty impressive. Fine, making a nice cup. Yep, red is up. They got approval or something. It was a roll of the dice. Oh, BY's holding up well. Looks like it wants to break yesterday's high. Oh, broke yesterday's high. That's a good sign. That's 9%. There's 10%. 10%. Let's see here. Oh, Weeble froze. Very bullish. Very, very bullish for BBBY. Can't buy it. There it goes. So we'll see if this is just a morning liquidity move or if what's happening. It's good. I mean, it's good so far. 10%. This will have been a bigger move than we've had most other mornings so far. Oh. Buy coming down a little bit. Isn't it crazy? Just that small of a move is 10%. This morning, $1.38 to $1.50. I sell popcorn and strip clubs. 10%. Holding. Holding. Thanks, Tasty. Appreciate it, man. BBBY to the moon. Holding 10%, all right. Volume is large. Larger than normal. Large volume. I'm actually kind of surprised it hasn't gotten halted. Well, the longer this holds up, the more that bottom might be in. Other days, the pump, let's see, that's 15 minutes we're going to be on. See how long this lasts. We did have this day, which was a pretty big rally. 224, and it lasted quite a while. So that was the day that got me pretty hyped. It broke yesterday's high, or the day before, and then even the day before that. Buy's moving up more here. No news. Nope. Nope. Not sure what's pulling SPY up, but it is recovered all the drop from this morning. That was crazy. Crazy drop. So that day we were up, I think we were up like 10% also this day. We end up closing green? Yeah, that was maybe the first day we closed green in a long time. That volume was similar. Yeah, it's looking like another one of those days so far. With a bit more exuberance to the upside. There was news. Yeah, it wasn't 35 minutes ago. It's like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. It's pre-market. It was the senior note, the interest on the senior notes. Yeah, the interest on it. We didn't really see a pre-market bounce from that, I don't think. Maybe this was it. Yeah, we can be red by 10% today. I'm still waiting on that gap fill. I think this is just repeating what we've seen. More similar to, I guess, this day, because our move up is pretty big. And the volume is pretty large. That day was 7.8%, so that was pretty big. Yeah, probably something like that, Jim. Yeah, you got your exit that you wanted. There you go. No need to kick yourself. Help is could be down for round 3, absolutely. Might go short on the SPY here. SPY? I think it's gonna move up and down. What's your time frame? I mean yeah, it's not dropping, I guess, that fast yet, but yesterday's move was not nearly as large. So March, a red or green month? I think we're gonna close March lower than we are right now. Yeah, I think so. I think we will. I got another contract in that gas. And I took a short on the ES. Kind of a weird spot to take a short, though. Unless we get an engulfing candle, that'd be lovely. Higher inflation number? I don't know what the inflation number will come out. I don't know. Germany's was higher than expected. Higher or lower than expected. Even if it's expectations, it doesn't mean the market can't come down. Bed Bath? Yeah, we'll see. It's holding up somewhat. VWAP's at $1.46. So this day it came down and then, yeah, kind of held. I think that was a green day. What was that? 224. Yeah, that was our only green day in a long time. Oh, and that's why I got hyped on that day too, because that was gonna be engulfing candle. That was the Friday. That's right. So I opened that day and then I closed on Monday just because it wasn't engulfing. I still had some exposure from that day, but yeah, gotta wait till end of day to see what's going on. But it's holding up. It's holding up well so far at BBY. GME is back down below VWAP. HLBZ is under VWAP, but pretty solid up here. This run of as real, it will go up 50%. Maybe. I mean, it can start slow. You can have a day where it's up 6%, and then another day where it's up 10, and then 20. You can always chase it back in, Jim. It's not like $1.50 or $2 or is a bad price, and it won't go up further. I mean, $2 is still extremely cheap, I think. But you're trying to time the market, and the more you're trying to time it, the lower your odds are of being right. So that is always the risk. Punch in the card. Tesla never made it above VWAP. So it's already come down almost 5% from the high. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, 100% move on BBY is going to happen so fast. It's just, you're going to know. It's just going to be crazy. I know, I want the gap fill too. But it's not a whole, I mean, not a whole lot of difference in price if you're going to buy at the gap fill from your sell here at 150. You know, it's just right here. So percentage wise, yeah, there's some percent, but it's 15%. SPY is rallying up here now. It bounced off of VWAP. I don't like that. Shoot. That is an engulfing candle though. Just right above VWAP, which is sketchy. What is that line from? Oh, that pre-market or that post-market. BBBY is coming down. AMC down 8%. I wanted puts at open, but I didn't do it. I got GME instead. Went really large. So then you should just scale maybe, or reduce your position size so you're able to hold it. I mean, I did this. I made the same mistake. I went too large, and then cut losses, big losses, and so now going back in, I'll try not to go as large, but read a short squeeze. Maybe. I mean, it does have, I think there's pretty high short interest on it. SPY now going below VWAP. This is good. You took a big loss too? Yeah. Got stuck in BBIG. Yep. Yeah, it seems like some liquidity to fulfill some obligations and then back to shorting. But you can day trade it. I mentioned in yesterday's video, like we barcode, grab the low of the day or what you think the low is on a barcode, and you probably get a rip out of there either pre-market next day or after hours that day or during the trading hours. That was a 10% move. That's huge. You can do 10% move in a day. That's crazy. Every let's go just gets smacked down. Crime. Bouncing off a VWAP there on Bed Bath. Yeah, I know. I'll probably go as big also. I'd like to think I'm gonna scale in. I mean, I guess I kind of will because I have cash secured puts. So I'll maybe just let those expire in the money once we've changed direction. But if we change direction, those will most likely be out of the money so quick at $1.50. So even today, they were out of the money for a little bit. SPY's coming down. Down. Downtown. That's all. First solar has been just steady climb. Steady as she goes. Same with Payo. Our guru testing VWAP. Ops. GME below VWAP. Not a big red candle though, like SPY. SPY's flushing pretty heavy now. Oh yeah, I should roll these right now. Yes. Should have thought to roll those earlier. Oh, that's right, I can't. That's a pretty big flush on SPY. That gas is bouncing back up. Now GME's getting some move from it. One strike. The thing with the one strike is there's no value on them. Like you'd have to go out a long ways. 2 cents for next week. Like 1.5 I think is what I'm gonna stick with. 6 cents for. I mean, given if BY is at 80 cents, they're gonna have value. But any squeeze plays, you're looking at them. Bed Bath still above VWAP, but probably end up coming down. This looks like inverted head and shoulders on SPY. It keeps coming down to that low. I'm up 412 on that ES short. Tempted to close it. But we flipped bearish on the hourly. The only thing is that support from here we haven't broken, so I don't know if we're gonna bounce off of that, but if we break that today, we're gonna see probably some pretty big moves today in the next few days. This hourly candle is pretty ugly also. Bearish MACD, red into the 9. Just that support over there that's buying me. Here we go. There we go. Tesla dumping yet? No, it's hanging out. Down 2.5. $3M long term. Lawsuit too much for them. They said in court people are lying about ear problem and the stock is up on it. I was hearing something. I didn't know it was about 3M. Didn't they just cut their dividend? Was that 3M? They just raised their dividend? It was higher this time? Oh, something else. Yeah, I mean 3M Intel, that's what it was. Good call. Again, I'm waiting for capitulation. These even the value stocks are gonna come down with that. But this is a nice price. Yeah, it's actually at a really nice price. Why has it come down so much? Yeah, I mean that's a scaling price right there, for sure. You're looking at 2015 prices on it. Lawsuit back here. I mean, I see the drop here. Slow growth, yeah. Some dividend stocks die. Could be a scaling though. To get a a divvy stock that's at 2015 prices. That's probably going to stick around. Maybe not with much growth, but SPY's coming down here. Pretty big can. Ooh, that's a big candle. Big flush on SPY there. Back to the lows. Let's get this capitulation going. Time. It is time. USO is coming down. Oil. Dollar came down, but now it's holding. We'll see if it starts to rally. So new low on SPY on the day. Yippee. So we had Germany CPI came out, and then ISM manufacturing. Both those were somewhat bearish. But again, market doesn't need the catalyst. Can be catalyst, but can also not be catalyst. And just be an excuse. So it's wicking there. It did make a new low. It got closer to lows from February 24th. But longer time frames, it's bearish. They might be a big day on SPY. BBBY holding up above VWAP. So the other day we had this move. I mean, came down below VWAP, but then rallied back up, and then just consolidated. Pretty solid strength still on Bed Bath. It is, yeah. It's. I mean, literally just came to VWAP and bounced off of it. So, yeah, looking pretty solid. We'll see. Don't go to 15 yet. We want that gap filled. No 15. SPY new low, flush through, broke the support from February 24th. If it actually fully breaks it and hangs out down here, could see a big move today on the market. That's a support from back here also. $392, I'd say, maybe next big level. 92.35. Because of one of the higher ups at 3M. What's he say? Dump it. Buy flushing through now. Tesla's about to start giving it up. Oil's dropping. I don't think I have margin to do an oil short. It's basically my ES short. Which had a much bigger bounce in the market. I'm not gonna play that. I got enough. Got enough to look at. Fill that gap. Love the company. Valedictorian. Overachiever. Yeah, I mean 135. It was filling it. It's not fully filled though. There's still a gap. So maybe it's getting front run. Definite possibility. And I had those exact same thoughts this day when I went in heavy again. And I thought, wait a minute, don't do that. Would like some sort of technical pattern to form. Maybe like an inverse head and shoulders or something on a little longer time frame. Probably not going to get it until it's like at $3 or $4, but whatever. I mean, a golfing candle would be legit, but I don't think we're going to get that. We're at it right now. That'd be too easy. Like, I mean, we could get in a golfing and still drop, but that'd be a good sign regardless. SPY's coming down more. GME to 15. BBBY. I'm such a bear. BBY to 130. Or how about 88? So Dink will buy another share. Or 80 cents. Is that what it was? Sava. Sketchy. Squeezy. Volatile. Yeah, have her gift you some shares. It's a great idea. TA-wise on Sava, let's take a lookie. I don't know. Seems like it's in a bearish trend still, but sort of forming a bottom here. Potentially. But there is this gap down here. Might be at a bottom. Me, why are you holding up? Buy new lows. Yeah, we're below that February level. 392.35. Got that next little spot here. Yeah, she probably gets some. If she's higher up, especially, she'll get shares. Well, first bearish shots. What do you not want to be bearish right now? Thanks for the likes, guys. Bunch of legends. Got 30 of them. So a day like today where SPY selling off, I mean, there's other stuff that's up, but if you have a day where a lot of stuff is down, like the whole market, and then you have BBY up, that can catch a lot of attention and a lot of buyers just rallying on buying whatever is basically green. There's still some squeezy stuff that's kind of up, so it's not just an outlier completely, but it does help that the market's kind of flushing here and it's staying so strong. This is the goal. It's not ripping, no. Let it come back down. Quit giving it ideas. It is green, but yeah, we might get a green day. Like back here. Now if it's engulfing, I'll probably start scaling in. But I'm not convinced it will be yet. GME down 4%. Still kind of holding up though. Tesla's kind of holding up. breaking even. Like a the market turned bullish. All my call 3%. Oh no. They're probably still up pretty good though. What's IB like on these? Still really high. More flushing, look at that. Squeezy, squeezy soon. Starts to be cheap and make up. HLBZ still below VWAP. So max pain on BBY is 140, or no, it's $2. I did that before too. It's $2. Not to say we're gonna get there. It stayed at $2 actually. It's been at $2 for weeks. $2 calls? Yeah, you should get rid of those, especially if they're weeklies. Break even's better than a loss. Today's low is 1 cent higher than yesterday. Oh, that is kind of bullish. You were onto something here, Jim. We should be able to break that though. Make 130 our low. Market is weak. I mean, the way it closed yesterday was crazy bad. Just that huge red candle to close and then kept going down. I'm gonna hold these contracts, or this contract, this ES. Ugh, I'm up a grand on its heart. Oh. Mm. GME did not really get a flush with that. I think my entry, where is it? I think my entry's here. Yeah, I have a great entry actually on the short. I am gonna hold it. I mean, it's possible we come back up and I get stopped out, but the further we get from there, the better. Because then if we get a bounce, it'll still be below. I can just hold through it. But yeah, this is looking bad. BBBY, green candle here. Spies bouncing a bit. Your 1.5 college looking okay. Go, Baba, go. Satin engulfing. Dang it, this is. What am I doing? I don't know what you're doing. Don't know what you're doing. You're welcome, Justin. Thanks for the support. Thanks for your likes. So this is holding up potentially better than the other day. Where was I? Was that this day? Let's look at that a little closer. Yeah, it actually is. The other day we broke down through VWAP and just end up consolidating. Today we haven't broken even below VWAP yet. Don't do this to me, BBBY. I'll wait. See if we reject here. If we come back to VWAP and we hold above it, I'm going to pick up some shares of VWAP. But we might not even reject it this push. We might go all the way through it. Market's bouncing a bit. How do I not have buying power? Okay, BBY is back at the high here. I hate how cumbersome Fidelity is. I guess if it breaks here, I'm gonna start buying. If it doesn't, I might start buying at VWAP if it holds VWAP again. Because he's holding break even. Thank you for your sacrifice, Jim. It's like a V cup. Yeah, I don't like 5-minute patterns. Maybe a longer term. Is rig moving? I'm gonna keep my eye on BBY for right now. My first order will be on the IRA. Be for 4,200 shares. And I'll do one on the long term. Can't buy it on these other accounts, so I'm gonna leave my trading E-Trade account with a little bit of buying power so I can just trade on there. I'll just buy it on the long term for now. Buy bouncing here. I do it for you, the people. This is looking pretty promising though. Looking on the hourly, kind of shows it a bit. See, this day, you know, we wicked in that hour. That's the 10:30. Okay, so the 11:30 candle. It's just starting to show a bottom. The gap could still get filled. Yeah, we're rejecting it. So if we bounce on VWAP, I don't know. Maybe just start scaling in. Probably. Oh yeah, EU's gonna close 30 seconds. See if the market does anything on that. XMD. I wish Fidelity had like a nicer looking browser version. Suppose I could use the active trader to buy. I'd rather just use the app, I think. Any more computers? Yeah, under 2. Probably under 4 even. This is a great deal. I mean, that was the almost all-time low. But that being said, of course, everyone should just get the lowest price they can on it. So the SPY did make an RSI divergence there on the 5-minute, which I was hoping it wouldn't. And that is an engulfing candle, I think. So yeah, but I still want to hold my contract. Even though this might be kind of a false break to the downside, we see a rip now back up to 400. Look at those dojis on that candle. Breakout time? Maybe. Holding above VWAP would definitely be something new. Because even that other day we rallied 10% or so. It didn't hold above VWAP, it consolidated around it. Got 336,000 order at $1.35. No sell walls. Let's go, BBBY. See if HLBZ holds his support it made earlier. Flushes through that. Probably continue. Probably end up filling that gap. Unless it bounces here. 14 cents. I don't know. I mean, they've come out news quickly. They move so fast with like, that was one of the reasons why we thought it was a friendly buyer of the warrants and the convertible shares or whatever, because it seemed like it was all pre-planned. Because they came out with it, and then it was like within 24 hours, they had a buyer. Uh, so, and that's a lot of money to commit to a company that the media is definitely seeming like it's going bankrupt. So, um, but yeah, they did have news this morning. They paid off the interest on the senior notes. So more bullish news. It's like they don't care about investment price drop. No. Now all we need is Tesla to dump 10%, pull the market. Oil came down some. Dollar dropping too, though. So we had Kashkari. We had the manufacturing. Tomorrow's initial jobless claims. Then Waller speaking. And Kashkari again. Jobless claims, I think, could definitely move the market. BBBY is holding up quite well. Oh man. Buy is now starting to rip. I'm gonna put in my stop loss on ES. Be a shame if it filled, but oh well. Such a nice entry. Carvana could, yeah. What's it doing? Carvana down 2%. Little cup and handle maybe being built here on the hourly. Daily's still downtrending, but it did bounce off that 50. Good one to probably sell cash good puts on. If you believe in it long term. IP's not crazy high anymore though. Alright, SPY kind of rejecting. Didn't even make it to VWAP there. How's investing affect your taxes? Well, pretty broad question. It affects them. You have to pay taxes on what you make. And you can carry over losses on what you lose. But it's realized gains and losses and at the end of the year. There you go, $2,000 write-off. You've got the rest of the year to make it back. I should be day trading this on my Roth. There's no wash sales. That's the thing I don't want to do with it on my individuals. Getting in and out of it all the time. You guys pay taxes? I wish I had taxes to pay. No, no, that's my office chair. Need that roadster for work. Eyes kind of moving up here. See if it makes it to VWAP. BBY is just holding strong. A lot of short shares available. We don't have really that accurate of data on what's actually available. Borrow fee actually bumped up. That's interesting. We were hanging around 100% for a while. This morning it bumped up to 125. And no available shares since 11. But again, this is can't hold this with too much weight. But increasing borrow fee and no available shares, you kind of just judge that against itself. But yeah, that is potentially a good sign. Okay. Might pick up some shares here. Didn't even get it moved back to VWAP. SPY, pretty big rally back to VWAP there. BBBY looks like it wants to move up again. SPY, don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, this is a bull flag for sure. Oh, yeah. SPY rejected VWAP. That's good. Good for me. Yeah, that's kind of why I do announce everything that's going on. I know quite a few of you just listen, so yeah, get those dishes done, man. Yeah, I mean BY, it's set up a bull flag intraday, and it's tested VWAP once, but it's above it, so at $1.51, $1.52. Volume is it's not crazy. This morning the volume was like it was the other day when we rallied, February 24th. It's flickering this green candle though. Dang, man. It's at 152. For sure, yeah, it's a bull flag. Even if we come down and test VWAP, we're still in a nice bull flag. And if it does, if it bounces on VWAP, that's gonna be my buy. But VWAP keeps climbing up, and it doesn't even look like it wants to come down there yet. It's still early. I mean, it's only been 2 hours. Thanks for the support, Brian. I appreciate it. It's holding strong. Yeah, 135. You got a lot on the bid. Bid support. There's no sell walls really yet. If it starts to break out, I'm sure start to see more on the ask. Lining up. SPY bouncing, going back up a little bit to VWAP. BBBY still there. 1519. First major resistance. Major one, $4. Or no, sorry. I put that low. What's that low? 2250. That's a pretty major one. That's crazy. This is all under $4, all this action. Alright, SPY's back up to VWAP. Come on. Looking bullish. I'm gonna get stopped out. Dang it. Forcing me to day trade. Yeah, SPY's kind of rallying now. A little bit. Just above VWAP. BBBY still sitting on that same spot. 1520 or so. GME broke up through VWAP. Still down 2.8%. So this break on SPY to the downside maybe was a false break. Maybe a move up to the top of the range we were in. Is in store. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out. Yeah, I just got stopped out. Dang it. Look at that rip on SPY. Had the right entry. Didn't want to exit. We're trying to hold. At some point, we're just, you know, make another 418 entry like I did back here. Look at these candles. BBBY still at the same spot. And the SPY is probably going to reject here. This is where my stop was. This is the high from before. Made the move all the way back up. Yeah, I mean, all the like even dollar and half dollar numbers are going to be probably some resistance levels. As far as the price action, I don't see much at 2 though. Not till this like 2.25. We have the low here and the high here. You freaking bugger. Okay, BUI is coming down a little bit now. See what happens when it hits VWAP. See how it kind of, I don't know. It doesn't move with the SPY. Nice. If you buy it, I will. It's going up against the pressure. Yeah, I think it's totally. I don't think it has positive beta at all. So it doesn't. To me, it doesn't mean anything if it's if it's inversing even, because it does. We'll see it inverse. So maybe the beta is negative on it. If GME starts inversing or shows negative beta, then that's bullish because it's almost always positive. The flag doesn't break to me until we drop below VWAP. And really kind of even below. Yeah, really just like below VWAP. A bit. Like these levels, this VWAP level over here, 146 to rig. Oh, wriggle. I guess I don't know your time frame on that. That's in a just a downslope. Perfect shape downslope. But today might make an engulfing candle there. I can't buy more. Less than whale, but more than average. Look, so now SPY is rejecting this level. Get back into my short. Jeez. So BBY, quit flickering that green candle. It's down a little bit. Still above VWAP. $1.49.3. $1.05. High is moving up here. See if it breaks the high on the day. Is that what that is? No, not quite. Weeble charts lag. Really? I mean, the stream is gonna lag more than your charts. Not necessarily Weeble doing it if you're looking at my stream. Who for legit sell lot 152 100k? No way to know. Yeah, 128,000. It's pretty small though. The options, if you don't pay for the instant options, then they lag by 15 minutes. The quotes are delayed by 15 minutes, says right here. You can get real-time quotes. I don't really need it on Weeble, so I don't. But as far as tickers, no, they don't lag 15 minutes. Robinhood just seems faster because they're just quoting you whatever price they want. You're just looking at numbers on a screen. Nah, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's where people make their money. Alright, BY is coming down here. Hasn't quite touched VWAP yet. MACD did flip bearish on the 5-minute. You have red under the 9. That probably will be formed here in the next 10 seconds. Okay, it's at VWAP. And kind of holding so far. And I think I'm gonna go back short on SPY there. You. I want that short on SPY with that doji up there, but I'm scared. I put on a little Yaz here, got some food. VWAP does look like it's showing some support on Bed Bath. I'm gonna pick up orders for shares on the Roth. Okay, so picked up 4,200 on there. I'm just gonna wait. Could even jump into cover calls on it, but I think it's at a low enough price that I'll just stomach through. If we break like 127, then I'd probably do cover calls near the money. So yeah, bounced off of VWAP there, pretty bullish looking. Okay. BBY still above VWAP. Looking pretty strong. MACD did flip bearish. But it's still in a bull flag and above VWAP. I did go back short on the ES here. It's at the resistance, got that doji. And then the kicker for me was that engulfing candle. This V. That was such an awesome big move. I should have taken profits. Oh well. Like a sandwich. I got like a hold out. Like a breakfast tostada. Delicioso. Why are you holding AMC? Wrath, what are you trying to get with that one? Had earnings they missed. So Bed Bath $1.48.9. Spy's coming down here a little bit. Picked up one of maybe 4 buys I'd like to do on BBBY. You're not going to sell AMC with a loss. You're going to double down on AMC as long as BBBY makes you money. All right. Well, that's good. Stick to your convictions. That buy I did here at VWAP. Oh, got a little candle. The downside, it's just wicked below VWAP. See if it holds above it. I picked up 4,200 shares here. So my $1.50 cash secured puts is basically the same price. So I could just let those go if they're out of the money. Or sorry, in the money. So even a close, let's see. Yeah, even a close here on BBBY on the daily, we'd have an engulfing candle, which would be a good sign of a bottom. So the low on these wicks, kind of right at it, 147. These are all at 147. Looks like it might start barcoding here, which I don't know if that's good or not. Maybe that's good. Doing the barcode up above VWAP. Thank you guys for your likes. That is awesome. You attracted all of these new people in here with your just a simple click of the button. Got 35 of them. Well done. Get a little TD going on. See what they're talking about. Yeah, barcoding above here be good. I mean, sometimes you drop after barcode, but SPY kind of bouncing here a little bit. Yeah, it's barcoding between 147 and that 147 and 148. So the barcode is engaged above VWAP, up almost 5%. You just bought more Ace in your Roth? SPY bouncing up here. Yeah, the annual contribution, I think, yeah, it's 6,500. Or is it 6,000? I think it's 6,000. Bye. Where are you going? A little higher on this candle now in BBBY. On the top of this candle is 149. The bottom is 147. Just a little bigger, some bigger whale teeth. Oh, SPY's moving up. Okay, I'm out of that short. Dang it. Okay, it's okay. A long here might be warranted, breaking this high if it holds above it. The pop on SPY. GME is getting a little pop from it too. Tesla's above VWAP. This intraday moves are on SPY are crazy. It's green. SPY's green on the day. It was down like over 0.5% this morning. Last time we tested down here, we got that gap up. Okay. It's just. Oh. Six Flags. Wee. Wee. BBY hanging out above VWAP. I want to try and time my buys out further, but I don't want to get more. Why is SPY moving up? Don't have an answer for you. I mean, technical, it did bounce off this level down here. So wick up above there. Little falls break out to the upside now. Yep. Turning that green candle into a red one. Who's on fiber in the neighborhood? Yeah, BY still a nice bull flag. Intraday. Held above VWAP. So it's looking solid so far. If it breaks below VWAP, and kind of below this 144, then probably come back down. If it holds up above here though all day, or closes above here, we'll have an engulfing candle too on the daily, which is quite bullish. They're taking out the existing fiber and putting in their own. Hmm. A mild upgrade from DSL. Wicks on both ends of this 5-minute candle. Wow, look at that. That 5-minute candle closed with just huge double doji. Yeah, BBBY is still barcoding, kind of a bigger barcode as far as the high low. The high is 149, the low is 147. Well, it's been trading back and forth there above VWAP. In a bull flag, yes. I think SPY might reject here. Sometimes the double doji can signify reversal, not always. Or it could have continuation, but the fact that it's at this resistance, I don't know. It did bounce off of there, so we might be bullish a little longer. GME is kind of rallying a little bit. Still down 2.25%. That gas might come down. It does have this RSI divergence on the hourly. I did buy one more contract, but I've been ordered to buy another one down here still. Oh, BBY broke the little high there. Broke the barcode. That $1.50. And back down. Oh, back to $1.50. SPY may be building a cup and handle here. I don't know. This is a 5-minute though. 350 megabytes to 2. Competitor comes in and cuts the cable. Verizon and Cricket had a baby. They're going to buy a car. Yikes. By accident? So your internet's getting cut off? Because they're putting in new fiber? That's how they claim they're so reliable? Because they cut all the competitors' cables? Back to $1.50 on Bed Bath. It's like a breakout barcode. Now it's barcoding at a higher level. Bingo. Oh, it went up? How can Fidelity choose how much you can contribute to your Roth? I thought that was like a federal thing. Tops is up 15%. I was looking at this one earlier. This one can get squeezy. Pretty good volume on it. I don't know what that dump was from. We weren't technical enough. Amish people shouldn't have fiber. In an Amish paradise, I've been spending most of my life. It's a great reference. Great reference. More consolidating above VWAP for BBBY. SPY is kind of doing the same. 5 minutes bull flag, but it's at this resistance from earlier today. How often? How often? What? As often as they want? There's not like a limit on how often. They'll say, nope, you faulted this one 10 too many times. We're halting your halts.
Somewhere in the $15 to $16 range. Yeah, this would be a losing trade, but you're kind of betting on the fact that some of that momentum that the stock has built will continue, and that if Elliott Management does get members of the board, does get the 2 or 3 members of the board, and that cost control continues.
Yeah, maybe
that could be favorable.
SPY's moving up here.
Something that's going to play out in the next 2 weeks. I don't know, but
if it actually breaks this time, it'll just wick.
Favorable results.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the one-day move post-earnings about $12.5 but Joe made a good point. This is in the March 17th monthly cycle, 16 days till expiration. That's about $16 to $17 move that they're expecting over the next 16 days. But you see here the example trade that Joe came up with, selling the March monthly 155 puts, buying the 150 puts, collecting a $1.30 credit. You've got $3.
So they halted going down too, both ways, up and down.
Per spread on that, but you got that big cushion to the downside here, Kevin. He noted the break even there. That's about basically a 70%.
There's multiple ways or reasons why they'll halt it. The stock will get halted though.
Will be out of the money at
not just from
153,
volatility or limit.
Is the 50-day moving average in Salesforce. So make sure you're watching that number. We're currently above the 200-day, so that's positive. And like I said, as long
it was designed
as
to be able to conduct
I think that Mark Benioff has
fair
a
trades,
here.
basically.
Anything positive
the market maker
will
can
be seen as really positive for this name. They
can
just
catch
need
up
to not have the bad report,
as well as
and show,
to
but that decelerating
slow
slow
things down, basically,
9%
to give
Joe
people
mentioned.
time to react and not emotionally react.
And
what
think
I've
about this,
heard.
Joe. When you look at this example trade, it gives you that cushion to the downside. So even if the stock does fall, but remains above 155,
yeah, it seems like they can kind of subjectively do it when they want.
If he mentions anything about cost controls, cutting expenses,
probably manipulate
is that
in that
what
way.
you look for doing a trade like this?
Yeah, no, I think that's the theme.
BBBY is pretty bullish.
Is what are the expectations?
I did scale in some shares today.
And then really, I think in 24, because
halts for news pending, you have suspensions.
For real slow growth
but I think those are usually called suspensions,
remember,
right?
This is a subscription
like
service
news.
company. That's 90% of their top
Maybe
line
it's halt,
is subscription services. They don't need to come up with the latest greatest product. They just need to continue to get people to roll their service forward.
Yeah, I mean, those are
I think
legit.
that gives them advantage because of so many Fortune 500 companies.
The limit one, though, it seems pretty subjective.
A lot of cross-selling going on there at Salesforce. Maybe they shouldn't have built so many
BY looks good, though. It's bull flag.
Cities, especially San Francisco.
The longer it stays above VWAP,
out there,
right.
the more I'm going to buy.
It's like a full block, that building.
Because we're also, if we stay above VWAP, we're also going to be setting up engulfing, I think.
All right, thanks to Joe Mazzola, Director of Trading and Education at Charles Schwab, for helping us break down markets and CRM going into earnings. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I will be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for a discussion on Best Buy, which has rallied over 35% over the last 4.5 months and reports earnings tomorrow morning. Stick around, Fast Markets coming right back.
I just kind of still stuck here in this range. Tesla's up above VWAP. Ops is making a bull flag. Nice consolidation on that one. UWMC is up 10%. They have earnings? They had earnings. Yes, 0.03. Oh, negative 0.03. Miss estimate of negative 0.01. Not good. Sales 302 million. Beat 287 million. Loan origination volume 25 billion, down from 55 billion year over year. Wow. Less than half the loan origination volume year over year. Your houses are going to get cheaper. Is this rallying on the news of declaring a dividend? That's normal. This is a dividend stock. Maybe it's because they're not always sure if they're going to keep giving it a dividend. That's weird. Might sell some calls on it though. If you actually read the halt criteria, like the limit, there's so many, there's so much criteria where they can halt it, like all these little nuances. I've looked through it and it's like actually very technical, but then they don't follow those rules because we've seen it halt when it's less than the amount, or not halt when it's been more. I should wait a little bit for some covered calls. Let's have a continuation. Down 20% on these shares. Not bad. Well, I paid that back in divvies. The last earnings rally kind of kept going. Maybe give it another day. I just high wicks off the top. Quickly bearish looking. This is not the barcode you were hoping to see. I mean, we did get barcode. It's kind of a bigger barcode. Barcoded up. Now it's barcoding just at a higher level. So doing the same thing it's done these other days. Barcode's here. Barcode's at a lower level. Barcode's lower, barcode's higher. If it's all barcoding but VWAP, that's pretty good, I think. And 4 cents lower than before.
Taking on and how quickly, that's what we'll find out on this earnings call.
God, what am I supposed to say about that? That might be the most negative report that Likefolio has ever given this show, and that's saying something. Now, Andy, this stock has been counted out before, as you know. They've got an interesting place in retail where they sell things that you normally wouldn't think. You think you can buy cheaper places, but yet their service has saved them over the past. Now, we have to admit, you're right. Discretionary spending has slowed, and especially discretionary spending on electronics has slowed. And well, basically,
solar,
Best Buy
almost
is
15%.
all things consumer electronics in every single category. So
ALBIS
the question
still up.
is,
Pretty good.
how bad is it?
Still has gap to
How
fill.
bad is this? Because they've, expectations were already low, and this stock has weathered storms in the past and put up numbers, or has I guess what I'm saying is,
Best Buy.
Has the clock struck midnight on these guys? Are we bracing here for a bad one?
So I don't know that the clock has struck midnight. It seems to be more of a just kind of war of attrition. This is like, kind of watching Blockbuster, and it's kind of final.
He's stoked on that. Blockbuster, he compared it to?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is it's kind of like you're sitting there watching and you just kind of wonder, how is this place still making it? There must be something else going on behind the scenes, and you're right, there is. There's services,
money laundering.
There's the digital side of their business. You do feel like you're watching a little bit of a slow death, and I think the data supports that thesis. But I'm with this isn't one that I'm going to go out and bet substantially against into an earnings report, because
I like going to Best Buy.
We don't
ever buy things there.
How bad it is. We
think
that they probably should
look at them and feel them and touch them.
Guidance, but none of that is new for Wall Street. So I think one thing
then
investors and traders sometimes get wrong is, as you go into
I buy it on the internet
report,
there.
It really is about what reality comes out compared to expectations, and that compared to expectations part is really, really important. And expectations for Best Buy are so low, and it's such a low bar that that they can even get over it. It's kind of like even they can get over it. It's possible that even they can get over it. So the way I think about positioning for Best Buy is, this is a company I'd love to bet against long term, and I want to position myself so that if they do somehow hop over that 1-inch bar off the ground, that I am able to take advantage of that and establish a bearish position that's longer term in nature, that takes advantage of any short-term price movements to the upside.
Yeah, and this company notoriously or historically has been really shareholder friendly. They'll announce buybacks if they miss on earnings. They'll increase dividend. They've got some free cash flow on their sheet.
Best Buy has dividends?
Andy, when you guys talk about happiness, I know that's one of the key points for you guys at Likefolio as far as data goes. What's the the happiness equate to for this company, because it seems like all the other data is turned the other way, bearish?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, we plot that out against competitors or industry peers, Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, Target, and but Best Buy's in the wrong place. There you see it in our scatter plot. Best Buy's consumer happiness is below 60%. Lowe's and Home Depot are well into the 60s, Target's in the high 60s. The only peer really that Best Buy is beating is Walmart. And I think even that goes away when pricing power comes into consideration and you think about the trade down consumer. So they're not doing a really great job of making their customers
price action on SPY is kind of weird.
But we'll see if they can once again make their shareholders happy with some type of gimmick or idea, or or restructure, I think is possibly in the cards later this year.
Yeah, they've already announced some of the store closings, but as far as brick and mortar goes, they're one of the last men standing in this space after Circuit City.
I was going to say, who remembers Circuit City? Right,
exactly. I do.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. But Andy, based on all this data you got, what's an earnings score for this one going into the report?
Yeah, we're slightly negative, I would say. But again, though, just like you guys have pointed out, the expectations are so low. I don't think we want to get out of our ahead of our skis too much bearish here, especially after this recent market pullback. I'm more looking for opportunities to get bearish on this name at higher price levels into the future.
All right, great stuff, and great data as always. Great conversation. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, guys.
Best Buy is expensive,
it's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, breaking down the.
Yeah, I think Fry's did go under.
that was a tough one. Okay, Kev. Implied volatility rising going into earnings. I mentioned it's rallied over 30% over the last 1.5 months.
Those are going up in value. Those blockbuster cards.
After their last earnings report that beat a low bar.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's rallied. Now, it's since broken down. It's through the 50-day moving average. It currently sits between the 50 and the 200. But that being said, to the paper money trade that I came up with was something in, remember, Andy made a great point, which is when expectations are really low, it can be one thing that causes a rally in a name. Do I think that's going to happen? No, probably not. But what if I want to be bearish, right? But I also want to have something in there if it's neutral, right? And so something we've done on the show a lot. I'm going to sell a call vertical. I'm going to sell this week 86.89 call vertical. This is paper money, of course. And then against that, by the 1 week 77 put calendar. So you do this whole package for about a 44-cent credit.
Yeah,
so,
it was about 33-cent credit
right.
earlier.
It's expanded a little bit since then, but selling the call vertical and then buying the put calendar for a net credit, and you can see the break even right there on the screen. But at least if nothing happens and the stock sits there, you won't lose money on a put calendar because you've got the short call vertical. But remember, the margin on this trade is about $80 or about $300. That's the width of the call vertical, and the risk is, like I said, above 86, probably 86.40,
86.60, around there,
right around that level, and you've got risk up to $89.
Right. Yeah. Let's break this down. It's 4 legs, right? It's 2 separate trades that create this. One's neutral to bearish. One is slightly bearish, right? Buying the March 10th weekly 77 put that expires in 9 days. Selling the near-term March 3rd weekly 77 put. The debit on that one's about 32 cents. We're going to talk about this in aggregate also. But then to help finance the purchase of that put calendar, you're going to sell the March 3rd weeklies that expire in just 2 days, the 86.89 call vertical, and that combined package. We've got a 33-cent credit in there. Stock has moved up a little bit. It might catch a little bit more than 40 cents at that point. But that means your break evens are going to be about 86.65 to the downside here. But Kevin, all the way up at above that 89 strike, your risk is only going to be about $270 per spread on that, with the apex of profitability being at or near that 77 strike on the put calendar to the downside. So it's combining 2 trades to offset some of your costs, taking in a credit. The option market's pricing about a $5.50 move in the shares post these results. And you have some assignment risk on your short 86 call into expiration this Friday.
Well, BBY still up, barcoding above
put on the calendar
$1.48
expiration this Friday. So keep that in mind. But this is definitely a bearish tint on
barcoding
a
also
four-legged strategy. But even if the stock doesn't move that much, Kev, the stock's trading basically 83. If it hangs out here, you can remain profitable on this.
Because you did the package for a net credit. You're about 16.5 delta short.
Right. All right. Good look at a couple different strategies here to take advantage of a potential down move or maybe some consolidation in Best Buy post earnings based on that Likefolio data. All right, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at Snowflake. It's up about 8% so far this year.
Yeah, no, the barcode up above VWAP here is very good. Yeah. I'll probably, if we don't break out and we just stay here all day, by end of day, I'll be adding more to it. Buy is moving up now, maybe. Sunrise, sunset. Yeah, I opened one up once we bounced off VWAP here. Sunrise, sunset. Tops up. Tops breaking out. The bot tops. What this drop was from. Yeah, the cost of borrow did go up. That's right. Borrow fee bumped up to 125% today, and they're out of shares now, according to this. Coming in and out of shares, so there's no print for 11:15, meaning they don't have any. And 11:45, they got a little bit, but we haven't seen anything for an hour, so that comes out every 15 minutes. That's true. They're never out of shares. I'm just comparing this to itself. See what Tops does when it gets to this. What is that? $1.05. Seems like it's gonna make it up there. According to I can short it. Yeah, they'll provide you liquidity. Hey Jason, good evening.
About being open-minded, right, to 25 or 50 basis points at the March meeting. He talked about what's more important is what we signal in terms of the dot plot. And as far as his signal, he said at this point he hasn't decided what his dot is. He would lean towards continuing to raise further, and that that would continue to push up his policy path. He said basically, given the data in the last month, higher inflation than we expected and strong jobs report, these are concerning data points suggesting that we're not making progress as quickly as we like. And then we also heard from, well, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. He talked about how we're not there yet, right? He talked about how we need to raise federal fund rates between 5 and 5.25 and leave.
I was like, it's pretty early morning, so either you're up all night,
Tom, there's been a lot for investors to focus on here. I think that's what's creating these ups and downs that we're seeing in the market, albeit wide range and intraday
hard powers combined.
Much contained though on the bigger picture.
Yeah, we've got those yields down a little bit, Ben, at 3.95%. That's also lending some support for this rally back from session lows. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein. He's the host of the Future Show here on the network, helping us break down the equity market.
But
now let's bring in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent. We're talking Snowflake, George. This is a cloud.
See if it actually makes a move.
Consolidator of data as far as, there's so much data out there, right? And then Snowflake consolidates that for their clients. They got some big partnerships, including Amazon, Dell Technologies. What are you seeing ahead of earnings? Because it seems like, this year that we're getting a little bit more optimistic with some of these cloud names that have been beaten up.
Fair point there, Tom. There is a little bit of optimism for Snowflake, which is essentially an infrastructure software firm. But one of the value propositions of Snowflake compared to perhaps some of the competitors like IBM, for instance, is they actually decouple cloud computing and storage, which actually, again, creates a value proposition for some of the major customers and partners like Amazon Web Services that Snowflake has. Look, I'm going to look at first the chart. If you look in the last year, actually in the last 3 years on the weekly, the stock has been in a trading range, about an $80 trading range, around $195 to $115 since around last April. And one of the things about that's going on with this company or stock is it's really at that break-even threshold. Now, for the quarter that they're reporting shortly, they're expecting about 5 cents of profitability on an adjusted basis. Now, that's lower than 11 cents last quarter, which they surprised the market by beating the estimates, which were expected to be 5 cents as well, by 6 cents. But last year's earnings per share were around 12 cents. So we're expecting lower EPS adjusted for the quarter, but nonetheless, they're still expecting pretty significant revenue growth, around 50% year over year, at 576 million compared to 383 million last year. Now, one of the things
like an idiot for
that
not
they're
taking
be
profits. I could have even played it all the way back up.
Growth is fantastic, considering
hate hindsight trading.
There's a bit of a softness and slowdown that's built into the sales growth models, effectively because of enterprise spending.
Makes sense. It was a pretty significant
major
support.
Corporations. But the interesting thing about this is the company's already
could have flushed through today, but
last quarter's Q3 numbers for the fiscal year 2023 at 68%.
A lot of volume. There's enough volume. It seems like it could have pushed through. Maybe we'll get it later in the day.
The remainder of the year is to suggest revenue growth is going to exceed the current quarter revenue growth. But nonetheless, it's still, again, flirting with break-even. Anytime you're flirting with break-even, you end up seeing these sort of nuclear, I call them, moves, either up or down. But you have to consider, the growth prospects, which are certainly there. The company's generating more economic margin on a per customer basis, because if you look at their net revenue retention rate, it's over 100%. That's what you want to see in the cloud computing space. But despite the growth prospects for the company, valuation concerns are still there. And if you consider the forward outlook for at least 2024 earnings, not just 23, but 24 earnings, they're expecting only 53 cents a share. So that puts the forward multiple at 300 times, price to free cash flow at 26 times. And effectively, it's expensive, I think, from a valuation standpoint. So I think it's going to be a really interesting report and response after they report these earnings, because the growth is there, but the valuation is rather outlandish. And so with that said, this is sort of a anything goes kinds of reaction that we can see after this
earnings report on an
for
island
a company which is certainly growing
in New Zealand.
But it may not necessarily be growing at a reasonable price.
George, I understand why people are skeptical with unprofitable growth and all these stocks that have been so beat up. But George, painting with the broad brush in this example may not be the right idea, because this growth in Snowflake is pretty incredible, and like you mentioned in your presentation, getting stronger. I mean, total addressable market by 2026, $248 billion.
That gas bounced up through VWAP.
7,300
up to 4 contracts on there.
That's up 34% just in the last 12 months. This company, how about this? Customers who spend over $1 million doubled in the last year. I mean, this company is the definition of the right kind of growth. It's still accelerating, George.
That gas to just
that's true.
double
And see, all
here.
These things just confirm what I mentioned earlier, Kevin.
That'd be
is
crazy.
That there is tremendous growth for the
crazy.
company, and like I said, outside of the quarter that they're going to be reporting, they're expecting even further growth in sales, and that's tough to do, especially in this environment. And so you have to give them credit for that. But I think it's going to be about a counterbalancing effort here because of valuation concerns. But it'll be interesting to see if it breaks above that trading range high around 195. That might suggest a trend. Because either stocks are either in a trading range or a trend, and right now it's still stuck in that trading range.
All right, great backdrop here on Snowflake going into these earnings. What type of capex pullback will we see out of some of these enterprise companies? But at the same time, their total addressable.
A little bit. I mean, I don't know. This move was
pretty substantial at this point. All right, thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here on the network, helping us break down Snowflake into earnings. Kev,
opened up a put on it this morning.
Look at this from
Long put.
An
bearish
implied
on it. I think it's going to come down back to 15 or
an
16.
example trade here. Implied volatility, even though the stock's consolidated a lot, implied volatility is probably right in the middle of its 52-week range as far as implied volatility. So there's some elevated volatility. Maybe it's consolidating. Maybe it's going to move forward. But it's still an expensive stock at this point.
Current IV percentile, 20%.
BRM.
So on the low end, but not dead zero, not a screaming buy, but certainly one that the today's option stance says the range is 122 to 56. The current implied volatility sits right around 69. So on the low end of the range, but still.
Buy it at this.
Can it go
one
lower?
of these lows?
Yeah, it can. It can go down to
90
56
cents
where it was.
Yeah.
So that
I dip buy it and see if it rallies back up to $1.16.
It's a tool. It's not
maybe
a
the play on it.
Bible.
Yeah.
So yeah, can it go lower? Yes, it can, especially if it rallies.
Yeah.
So, but when you look at this name, it's still a name with a front implied volatility of 154. 1 week out 92, 2 weeks out 80. So about
Good one,
half when
Victor.
you go
I
2
like
weeks
that.
out. That's significant. The expected move, like I said, what's that? 8-9% in terms of the move. So it's a mover. It's one that can move. It's one that has moved. It's significantly off highs, but they've got to keep this ball rolling in terms of growth. Because by definition, unprofitable growth is punished by this market until it isn't. Right. So you've got to really
just trying to kind of
differentiate
chopping around.
yourself here.
Yeah, so I took that into
Dollars maybe
consideration,
starting to
those
come back
implied
up.
volatilities and differential between some of the option series. So I looked at something that's maybe not
keep thinking it's
a
Friday
pure
for some
earnings
reason.
play, but gives you some duration, but still takes advantage of that divergence between implied volatility. Looked at a call diagonal here, Kev, buying the 155 strike call all the way out in April, so 51 days till expiration. That's at the money. That has the higher delta. It reacts more like the stock. And then
the
against
12
it, selling the
Boulder.
March 17th monthlies
seeing
that expire in 16 days, the
Quinto.
170 strike call. So you're creating a
that in Arizona?
$15 wide call diagonal to the upside that's got some delta to it, so it reacts bullish. On this one, if you pay roughly about it, we've got a $10 debit. It might have moved up towards $10.20 at this point because the stock has moved higher since we started the show. But that means your break even is going to be just below 151 on the downside with the apex of profitability at 170. But you're only paying a $10 debit for a $15 wide diagonal, Kevin. So you have some ability to roll or adjust that short option as you get closer to March 17th.
Well, that's good. You guys need all the moisture. Fill up those reservoirs.
Liquidity is provided. What's your take here? Instead of buying the shares, this is a type of strategy over the next 2 months that basically takes an advantage of a move or a grind higher.
51 days till April expiration time, so you've got some chances to chip away at that net debit. Now, if you wanted a lower net debit, take that April expiration and move that up closer. That'll reduce some of the overall debit on this spread, but this is one that gives you about 24 deltas per spread, so you get a nice chunk, but you're doing it for a fraction of what it would cost to buy the underlying and sell a call, do a covered call strategy. It's collecting theta, about $13 a day. The risk, obviously, is what you paid for. It's a diagonal in the calendar spread family, so it's what you paid, and you've got downside exposure of, like I said, just over, right around $1,000 on this spread. But you've got 50 days, so you can constantly adjust that short
it's a trade, maybe.
I
don't think this is a long-term
debit, but the break even
play.
as well.
I think that's
this is going to be another
here, when you look at this.
Another
you
bankrupt
want the
EV
stock to go higher,
company.
But even if it doesn't, if it
get
consolidates
acquired.
around here, you'll have that ability to adjust that short option as you get closer to expiration. You do have some assignment risk on the short 170s, but if the stock does move higher, you have that ability to potentially close a trade before April expiration if the market's
at all-time
open
lows,
and,
so just
liquidity is
there's no
provided
support
on that.
anywhere.
And you know, this one I think gives you a little bit more flexibility, this type of strategy, as opposed to maybe buying the April 155, 170 call vertical, which would take your break even, you know, up above 160 at this point. So a good look at an example trade here, a call diagonal that takes advantage of maybe buying the shares with the thought that you want the stock to move higher. All right, that's going to do it for us today here on Fast Market. Stick around, though. Next Gen Investing is coming up next.
Nirvana. As far as TA wise, kind of got a little inverted head and shoulders going on here. Longer trend still down, but it did bounce off that 50, so could be a good play to the upside still. You're just poking the bear. You wait for momentum. Yeah, like a break of kind of these highs right here. Probably get a move at least up to VWAP. As far as breaking all that, I don't know, but it could come down more before then. Seems like it'll probably keep coming down. Yeah, it's got some bid support at 1520. Oh, that's right there. Okay. Not much to look at on HLBZ. It's flattening out, but it's in a downtrend, so. And there's that gap to fill still. Let me rejoin the Discord with that link. What? That link's dead? That link doesn't work? How about Carvana? 12, 15. Look at that wick. SPY was moving back to VWAP, but just wicked out of there. I just replaced that one, the one that's pinned. So, yeah, thanks. Guess that one works now. Good. Don't know why Discord seems like often has just links that don't work. Kind of an inverted head and shoulders maybe here. Ew. The hourly does have an RSI divergence. No. Wait. Yeah, it does. Wait a minute. Yeah, it does. Might have one more pump before a drop. That gas moved up through VWAP. Even flatter than the last 2 day barcodes. Is it? I mean, we would do this for like hours at a time. What's interesting, what's a little bit different about it is that these bodies are full. We're not getting wicks, which a lot of times we're getting wicks. So they're a little different in that way.
Baby, have the lobster, have the caviar, anything you want.
Ooh. Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Will Smith puts a smile on my face now every time. Thank you for all your support, man. You're a legend. with your crazy country hopping commuting self. Wish I had better intel for you on HLBZ. It's, for me, I would wait for like momentum, the upside, so breaking a level and then maybe not being greedy and just taking it a VWAP. But I think it could still keep filling this gap. SPY made it back down here, back to the VWAP. Tops is up 23%. You want to get another squeezy play, I would jump into tops on a pullback. I think this thing has room to go up to this $1.50, kind of this resistance up here. But it's pretty hot right now. Okay, I'm gonna pick up some more shares on BBBY. 148. Gonna be a wash sale on these shares, but oh well. Let's move fast, get back in. Yeah, that's kind of the way to play it, probably. With a stop loss or just able to get back out quickly. Now, if SPY moves back down where we were here, do I dare hold it again? I think I must. It'll be late enough in the day. But to think if I traded the downside, flipped long because that engulfing and at the support, or the upside, and then to go back, 3x maybe. Oh, GME below VWAP now. Tesla still above it. Volume on BY is good. It was solid this morning. Once the barcode algo turned on, I think it's just as normal for that. But we should see more volume than yesterday, I would imagine, by the end of the day. Or wait, actually. No, it's very low. Oh. Or wait. Oh, I was looking at that 5-minute, never mind. I think it's about average for the barcode. Be a little lower, actually. See if I got filled. Bill? 48's so low. Give it to me. Just doing 1,000 shares. So on my long term, I have enough. I have buying power to buy 25,000 shares. Probably not going to buy that many, but SPY's coming down. Oh, look at that inverse. See, that's what I'm saying. BBY is moving up there. Back to $1.50. Right when I put in my order of 148, it says nope. Be rallying. Whoa, little pop to 15.12. 15.10. All right, I'm picking up some more shares. I picked up 5,000 more. Got some volume on this spike too. 15.10. Margin call 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock margin call. All right, there's a little bigger move. 15.17. Still at hitting resistance from earlier, but it's moved up out of that barcode quite a bit. Okay, got another 5,000. Ah, man. Should maybe chill for a bit. Let's see. Today I've bought 14,200 so far. That is a goo number. Like goo. Okay, good. I thought you were saying goo. I don't know if I can find that GIF. I think it's an Adam Sandler movie. Goo. That might be Mr. Deeds actually. So at the resistance from earlier today, 15.17, 15.19, something like that. Keep an eye on the time and sale, see if we get some flashes of green or red or any kind of action like that. Big volume though on that move up out of the barcode. 1.4 million when we've been doing 100,000 or so. 100,000, 200,000. It still can be, Jim. This is the scale, and it doesn't mean that this is the low. It still could definitely come down, but liking it so far. Again, end of day, if we don't get an engulfing candle, might trim some. You know, if it comes down below basically the body from yesterday, which would be like 144 or so. But I have more buying power for it if it does come down. But yeah. And then I still have all my cash secured puts. My one's at $2.50. Might just let those get assigned if we get that engulfing candle. But they might be out of the money by Friday. Might be above 2.5 by Friday if we really start to go. Oh, yeah, not 130. 135. Like you said, our low from today was 1 cent higher than our low from yesterday. I think that was you that said that. AMC stepping up. You looking at calls? What, weeklies? More popcorn, $8 a bag. Looks like it's kind of forming a head and shoulders here on the hourly. Daily, it's still in an uptrend. It looks bearish though on the intraday. Bounce up to VWAP and rejects basically. One penny was all it took. That was the sign. $1.36 to $1.37. I have scalped options before, like larger amounts. That was kind of fun. But usually, yeah, usually I hold them. Usually I hold them more than a day, which is kind of probably to my demise. Instead of just going to scalping options, more risky options to scalp, I try and just do safer options, so then I can hold them and it's fine. You know, closer to the money, spreads, more time. Not even looking at the ticker today. Well, it's creating a nice intraday bull flag. And it's stayed above VWAP. The volume's pretty good. All just going to buy the popcorn and feed the air apes. Tops, there it is. Yeah, 30%. There's that price target. So yeah, dollar, I mean, dollar is an even number, round number. But I'm thinking it could have resistance up here to $1.05. Maybe a little more honor. Up to like here. And if it breaks that, I mean, you've got just a big gap up there maybe to fill. Can you see this chat? No, I can't. I was just picking up purchases on at 148 too. I mean, it's not much difference, but I was like, okay, we've done it long enough above the VWAP. I believe you. Then make me chase it up here at 150, 51.5. Yeah, this one's been nice all day. Did this start moving the other day? I feel like we talked about it yesterday, maybe. This yesterday? No. Maybe it was this day. It's up 30% from there. BBY still hanging out in this bull flag. Got a pop of volume. And now it's barcoding at a little higher level. So now we're maybe building an inverted head and shoulders here on the hourly on Bed Bath. Got a head, a shoulder, shoulder, which is bound to happen when you're having a bull flag after you've been selling off, making bear flags. Or not bear flags, but just levels, then lows. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like bear flags. See if we get any sort of longer time frame moves. MACD's bullish on the 4 hour. Daily RSI ticked up a little bit. Wolfing candle end of day again would be legit. I'd probably buy more. Whoa.
This earnings event now only up
I just think about how much work it is for them to, well, not him, he wears the same thing every day, but for her
with that in
to
mind,
have all
Alex,
these
walk us through
new
what you're thinking for
dresses and
example trade
outfits
today,
and
because
makeup
like
and
you said,
hair every single
the benefit
day.
of this name is it does historically trade with less volatility and
That's
that
a lot of
consumer
effort.
staple nature.
Yeah, certainly a
Must have a
resiliency
huge closet
to
full
the
of stuff.
consumers that shop at Kroger and the products that they're buying. And so it'd be certainly an interesting report to hear the commentary, hear sort of the product mix, how those consumers are navigating this higher cost environment and how that's impacting Kroger. But from a trading standpoint, for those who are believers in this grocery store chain and maybe shop at a Kroger branded grocery store
BBBY making a little mini bull flag here on the 5 minute.
Things that they're familiar with. I looked at a neutral to bullish strategy.
MACD might be flipping bullish on this 5 minute candle.
Value, if not move higher.
If it closes at the top of the candle, which so far is 1510,
from this Friday,
it'll be a bullish MACD.
Looking at selling the 42.5,
and also have our green over the 9.
Vertical. Awfully close to
all
the
good
current
things.
at the money price for Kroger, which is right now about $43.15. That's the nature of
I mean, not all girls have to do like
volatility
that.
like Kroger.
I think she's on TV every day. Like,
between your short strike
we're gonna
and
notice
the,
if she's wearing the same
stock,
thing.
Share price.
Same
But
makeup.
that also impacts the amount of volatility anticipated post this earnings announcement as well. Only
I mean,
about
if you go to an
$2
office as a
market
woman,
maker move
yeah,
being priced
I guess.
based on current market prices of the options in Kroger. But if we're able to do this
I've
$1
spoiled, I
wide
guess.
spread for a 33-cent credit, it's pretty
Just
close to
green every
one-third
day. It's
with
a green
the
screen.
strikes. That would leave $67.
That's probably coming soon.
33 break even would be
Maybe TD has a huge
42.17.
wardrobe.
Simply take that 33
you can
away
just
from
pick from.
42.5. Neutral to bullish.
All the
Elongated
girls
Z
are the
risk
same.
profile.
All the girls are the
in
same.
The max profit zone.
What they're wearing
ever
is always
so
different.
Slightly above 43 right now.
All the same girls,
Ending above
all different
42.5,
clothes.
we'd anticipate these
All right, SPY's
options
come down a little bit
would
more
expire
here.
worthless, and that would be the max profit potential, not accounting for transaction fees at 33. 67 is the max loss, takes place below 41.5. So protected from catastrophic movement here on this one. Break even slightly below, about $1 below the current share price. Looking for a modest up move.
What are they talking
big
about?
up move
Oh, Kroger?
or a very, very unchanged type of reaction to this. Not a lot of room to be wrong on this one.
Next
but several
price
scenarios
target?
where this one can still
Like
be
to the
max
upside?
profit.
And I spoke too
I
soon
don't
as
know.
now it's giving up that small gain on the day. But our next name today
We
also
break
low.
like
That is
break
American
today's
Eagle
high
Outfitters,
today. That's
down
good.
just over 1.5% now. I
Price
would say on
target
the
move up.
back of what has been some disappointing
$1.70. I have some
guidance
levels
moving
drawn in here.
forward for a lot of its other
$1.76.
retail peers, but we do still have American Eagle's earnings to
$1.62.
look
That's
forward
levels from
to.
back
So,
here.
Rick, what are you thinking from the chart perspective? Because we mentioned a lot of the strength.
Not a whole lot of
we've
crazy
seen this year in
resistance
Abercrombie
until
and Fitch. This name not quite as strong, but
2
still up about
1/4.
50% from its lows.
But as you guys have pointed out,
Well, we have
the even dollar figure and the
nice,
half dollar,
uptrend here going across
you know, those
these,
could act as
starting from
resistances
these yearly
also.
lows that we saw
So
near the
$1.50, which we're getting close to.
starting right about here,
And then
we're up
$2.
about 50%, 49% or so since that point. However, since we topped out right about here, we're down about 17% since the start of that
This
decline.
dude wears the same
And
thing
more
every day, I think.
importantly, we broke through this upward sloping trend line. So our blue dashed line there was broken. The bears are in control of the move that's been taking place since then.
So don't
We've
have a bullish
fallen
MACD
through all
crossover
three of
yet.
our
We've
major
got 2
moving
minutes left
averages,
still for that
yellow
candle.
21
SPY's
day,
coming down
orange
more.
63-day, purple
That's good for my
252-day
short.
exponential moving averages, and the two
And my
shorter-term
GME short
moving
and my
averages, the
Tesla
ones that are
short.
more responsive to changes in price, but perhaps less significant than
Op's
the
still up
longer-term one, are starting to
24%.
slope downward as
Consolidating
well
pretty
here,
nice.
suggesting
See,
that
there
the
you go,
trend
dollar.
could be
Right
changing.
even.
That's one
Doesn't
of
always
the-
work like
the
that, but
early
that hit
warning
right at a
signs
dollar
of
on tops.
potential longer-term trend shift is when the moving average itself changes from up to down or vice versa. So we've got a key level here to watch as well.
BBBY
Once
is
again,
up
we've
on
got
my
the
watch
14
list.
level here. This green dashed line is a point where price topped out around that level here. That's where we had this earnings gap begin after the last earnings event here.
1 minute, 10 seconds for this candle.
Out here. So 14 is an area
needs to close
that
at the high
has
of it,
some
I think.
significance in terms of its previous price action here. So that's one that we got to keep our eye on going forward.
15 is the next
if we
price
break
target.
through that, we could
Whee!
be seeing some fast-moving prices here. There's a dearth of trading in this area here. You can
dearth?
see that there's a trough in our volume profile
What
study
words
here
is he
suggesting
using?
that there's little trading in that area.
trough?
So beware of fast-moving
The
prices
dearth?
when you're in a point like that. So the 14 level is
I
a
need to
point to
pick
watch
those
here.
up for my vocabulary.
And, look to the start of that earnings gap right about here. Right around the
Highs
13
coming down.
level is probably the next point to watch
394.76.
To the upside,
Didn't really respect
look
that
for
level
the
much today, but that is
63-day
a higher
exponential
level.
moving average closer to about
394.31
this
is
orange
definitely
line
one of
right
them.
here, which is roughly in confluence with our downward sloping trend line. So keep an eye out for those two things coming together. Just below
BBBY,
the
you've got
$15
10
mark.
seconds.
Okay, and this name
You can do
nicely
it.
has a relatively lower price point, so very
Don't
easy
think
to
we're getting a
remember. We'll be
bullish
watching the
crossover
14
yet.
and $15 level as we are somewhat leaning more to the downside there, just over $14.
I mean, in the context, I understood what it meant,
we will
but
leave it there. Appreciate all of your technical thoughts.
still
as
have a
always,
question
once
on
we
the
had our
word
chart
Darth.
master. And Alex, looking at this name today, we are seeing collectively a lot of these retailers lower. So say we were hoping for some optimism in American Eagle Outfitters. I have to say I haven't been to that store in probably 15 years, but I'm still optimistic when it comes to retail.
know if that's
so
a word.
with that in mind, what are
What
you
was the
thinking
word?
for an example trade?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of weakness here, Jenny, on the heels of the ANF earnings, on the heels of the information the street already has. It's certainly not been as strong of a performer as ANF has been on a year-to-date basis. It's obviously struggled on the last 52-week basis, as Rick had showed us on the technical front.
Dearth?
But maybe this is a chance for them to
dearth?
change the message, for them to provide some optimism
Oh,
and actually
dearth.
spur
Scarcity,
an upside movement.
or
If you
lack
have
of
that
something.
belief, I have a trade illustration here that would look to take advantage of a move higher.
Yeah, I think that's what he did say. In the context, I assume that's what it meant,
The
but
March-April 16 call
great.
calendar.
There was a dearth of
market maker move,
evidence.
which again is looking at real-time option prices and
DEARTH.
generating a 1 standard deviation plus or minus range, looking to encapsulate those reactions based again off
Word
real-time
of the day.
options prices.
Dearth.
Is targeting about $1.30 on a $14
Got it from our
stock.
TD
So it's about a
Ameritrade
little bit
homie.
less than 10%. If you just added that $1.30 to $14.12, you're getting somewhere around 15.5. And so since this particular trade went all the way out to April,
close to the highs.
giving it a little bit more room for
Up
that
0.36%.
outperformance to maybe continue
Things are
beyond
relentless.
just potentially a
love it.
market reaction post earnings, I went to the 16 strike. And so again, this is just one way to look at it. This particular trade illustration is a bullish trade example. For a 25-cent debit, just $25 in risk. And so, of course, risk is going to be different for everyone, but certainly on the spectrum of the trades that we look at here, Jenny, this would be on the smaller side in total risk.
but you need to be right. You can see that this risk profile does a good job of illustrating what we would like to happen if this was a particular trade that someone had on in a portfolio. They would want a slow move towards 16, or possibly just the movement towards 16 post earnings here. That's the apex of the profitability risk profile here. It can overshoot to the upside, and of course, it can undershoot if it stays at these prices.
No more
or
buying
even moves
BBBY
lower
today.
Post earnings. The closer it can be to that 16 mark at that March expiration, typically that's our best case scenario in this type of a trade. But the beauty of it is, hyper customizable. I believe there's dollar-wide strikes available in April, but even if you chose different expirations, potentially shorter term expirations, there could be 50-cent availability for strikes, and that includes puts, that includes calls. This is just a bullish illustration using those two particular expirations, but for someone who's more neutral, more bullish, more bearish, there could be different strike selection available.
Yeah, and I like that you highlighted the customizability of this trade. Also, the fact that it is a little
BBBY,
bit not short
it's a
term,
nice
not long
close
term.
this
We do have some
weekend,
duration
like into
here,
Friday.
given the earnings event, which is
We've
coaching.
got an options
also
chain
important to keep
ready
in mind
to
for both of our
rally.
example trades today. Multiple legs can
Already,
lead to
it's
higher
already there.
transaction fees.
43,000
Short
open interest at
options can be signed
$2.
at any time, and carrying
Close
option
above that.
positions into expiration can add risk, like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now,
Next
coming
week's
up
pretty
next,
well
it's
loaded
time to
also,
talk another
but that'll
retailer,
fill
this
in a
time
lot.
reacting to
If
its
we get up to
earnings.
$2,
That is low.
that's
Shares
gonna.
are down over
This chain is crazy.
6.5% in reaction to some lackluster guidance from the
Somehow it's just stayed crazy.
retailer. We'll dive more into their
It's like
report
has not died off at all. Like any subtle move to the upside, and that chain is just going to take it. So even $1.50, like, yeah, you've got almost 30,000 open interest at $1.50. So breaking that, you're gonna start to see some hedging, probably up, some price action, some good price action. BY is still in a bull flag. Yep, as long as it stays above VWAP here, or roughly thereabouts, it's a bull flag. Buy is coming down here. A touch. GME got a little volume and it's going down. Buy my wife a new cat. This generous offer there for your wife. $3 today? I mean, good. Again, to give an example, what HLBZ do? Our chart looks kind of similar to it. Not to say we're going to repeat this, but we got basically a month of just declining every day, kind of even, just like BBBY. And then 1-2 days, you take back all the gains, all the losses from that month. So that's up at like $3 or so. But with BBY and the options that are on it and everything else that's going on, the retail sentiment, I don't think it'll stop there. Might have some pullbacks for sure, but they can be free on Craigslist. There you go. Buy a free one. And then save that money to buy more BBBY. Oil is kind of rallying a bit. That gas is still going up. Dollar's rallying, market's dropping. All coming together. Just need oil to come down. Bonds are coming down. Uh-huh. Ops, looks like it's moving back down to VWAP. HLBZ still slowly filling the gap. What's up, Relocate? I know it's getting a building a little baby bull flag. Yeah. Somehow they've kept the MACD bearish this whole time. Not sure how they swung that one. It stays above VWAP, I'm assuming you're saying? Maybe not. I just told myself I won't buy more today. So, but if I hadn't bought more, then I would have bought more. By end of day, yes. I front ran myself. I said end of day, it's still above VWAP, I'm gonna buy more. And I just thought, you know, it's only a couple hours, I can just do it now. Falling volume on this little mini bull flag. Yeah. I feel like that's fine in a bull flag though, for the consolidation to slowly decrease in volume. Maybe I'm wrong.
Install some solar panels here, Kev. I know there's a lot more
weeks.
A lot more sun in the Colorado region day to day, but appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us, Senior Markets Correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network, Mr. Kevin Green. Let's bring back in Jenny and back to our regularly scheduled program here with FOMO and retail conversation.
Yes, so it's not
so the volume should have nothing to do with the MACD, though.
But it is home improvement, and it's a less positive conversation
it's
when looking
strictly
at
price.
fourth quarter results.
Because it's a moving average convergence divergence.
In reaction to what was a mixed picture, which I just keep saying, Alex, but it's the best way to describe it because I have to say there were still positives to take away here, that they did really report the fact that on an adjusted basis, their
9,000 BY shares
just narrowly rose 28% from a year ago on revenue.
That did also miss,
but still rose about 5% year over year.
Yep.
So top and bottom line growth is still a healthy read. But this is a company that
I mean, we still could get that gap fill.
The red hot housing market we saw a year ago, and
no one knows the bottom
and home improvement projects that follow.
Trying to time the bottom
Since
is
that has waned
a fool's errand.
We've seen low shares wane
I still
naturally.
do it from time to
now,
time.
Management did disclose back in December they were on track to make their targets for the fiscal year. So I think the top and bottom line growth was not
increasing your odds of getting a good low average.
I'd say more of the negative focus was the fact that comparable sales did fall by about
130 gap fill might be it, or maybe it goes to 127, or
improvement business
maybe it goes lower than that. Maybe it gets to 88 cents.
For the fiscal year now, they anticipate revenue to fall between 88 and 90 billion. This was disappointing based on what the street was expecting.
That's why I just use TA.
They also expect same-store sales to be flat to down 2%
some momentum indicators,
compared to the year
but I've switched
prior,
more
not
to
able to see that growth looking ahead.
patterns and candlesticks since I've been day trading more.
A share, which was slightly
So
ahead
that's
of
where I'm getting like
expectations.
these.
This is why I say things are mixed, Alex, because I can't think you can necessarily characterize.
I'm not
this
getting
as
into
a
the plays
bloodbath of an
after
earnings
a lot of
report,
momentum has
but
started.
A bright spot,
basically.
actually, all in all, was its growth.
I used to
in
only
its
just wait
core
for
business. This is
my
aimed
moving
towards
averages and stuff, and then
contractors. It grew by almost
which is good.
10%
I
in
think
the
it's
United States, and
it works,
actually,
but for day
Kevin
trading,
Gates on
it's
Fast Market made a really good
just
point
not-
when you consider
not as
this aspect
conducive.
of its business, that it's so small relative to Home Depot's pros business, which is about
Eyes
50% of
bouncing
their
a little
overall
bit here.
revenue. Lowe's actually has room to then grow versus a Home Depot. So although that market share still small, there is the thought that there is the room for expansion. So I guess that's one positive takeaway. You could also say the fact that these companies are up against very difficult comps now
Although it's still
versus
filling the
year-ago
gap.
levels. And for that
She's
reason,
dry.
Lowe's shares are down now about
Biggest loss?
2% year
Like
to
on a
date,
single
and
trade?
down about 19% from their yearly high.
Yeah, I think some of those direct comparisons
realized
and
loss on a single trade?
differences that can be made between Home
I don't
Depot
put a
and
whole
Lowe's,
lot
which are
in.
so
I-
oftentimes grouped together and for good reason. I mean,
most of my
about as much
trades are
overlap as two companies
small.
can have.
So if I'm losing, it's just
in
lots of
any
small
the
trades
different
added up.
businesses.
to
You know, we
big
talked about
loss.
Pepsi and Coca-Cola, but they're very different when you think about Frito-Lay as a huge component for Pepsi.
Probably like
Home Depot
15
and
grand.
Lowe's are essentially the same company. It's just, of course, the one does have a little bit more of a professional customer base on a relative basis than the other, but for the most part,
That was a realized
selling
loss.
the same type
That was
of
actually, I
stuff,
think,
same type of
I think BBY
stores,
was probably my biggest one
in a lot of the same markets.
recently.
But what really stuck out to me, Jenny, long story
I went
short,
in heavy
here,
at that
is
$4
we already
level
heard from Home Depot
on that news, and
as
then
we typically
it
see,
dropped, and I
there's
was
a
like, okay, well,
repricing of
just because
Lowe's
that news came out doesn't mean it's
alongside
going to go
that.
up.
Home Depot is
So
disappointing as well.
got losses there,
We saw
but
Lowe's
there's big
move
losses
lower
because
in
I just went in
sympathy.
super heavy.
And they were able to disappoint additionally by another 6.5%, even though the expectation was already for sort of a sour report. So to me, that's really what sticks out
Here's the
now.
volatility.
But you start thinking about all of the commentary around this. One, the disappointment from the
I don't
earnings,
even think
but
that
as you
matters.
said, difficult comps, pull forward growth and demand
It's
from
moving
the
averages,
post-pandemic period.
converging
This is
and
gonna be,
diverging.
that bullwhip effect that takes a while to work itself out. It's been an outperformer post-pandemic, but struggling now from those most recent levels over the last year. Negativity seems to be building up.
Stop it!
I
You
know
don't
that
like me
the
to.
fear
You
of
don't
missing
like to
out,
hear
that
that, do you?
seems
It's
like
true.
it would be to the
Could go
downside,
lower.
but
Could go to 88
oftentimes
cents.
This is when the
Could go to
opportunity
zero.
arises to be that contrarian,
Back off
to
hunches.
take that little bit less road less traveled. You can see throughout the last year in these downtimes, that's actually when some of the best opportunities were to buy into this name. So of course, past prices not indicative of what's going to happen going forward. But we do see that, and learning from
The
what
chat
happened
for
in the
shorts and
past,
BBY.
maybe that's something that could happen again. So I wanted to look at something, Jenny, that is a little bit more contrarian.
Yeah,
that is a
let's see
little
those.
bit more
Let's
neutral
see
to bullish,
43
in spite of
Fs.
the fact that we have the stocks plunging today.
Every single one
it's
of you
back towards lows,
type
and
an
that
F. Let's
feeling
see
of
it.
missing
Let's just
out
see
might
it's
be to the downside.
bam.
Okay, and that's a really good point because when looking at that chart,
Just
you can
print
see
like
that
this
although we're
BBBY
obviously in a
ticker is
dip
about to
today,
go.
we have made higher lows. The trend still does remain somewhat positive, even despite of today's move lower. So,
I don't have
for example,
have slow mode or
I'm
anything on.
leading them more bullish to utilize actually some of the
I don't
weakness
think I
we've
do.
seen today.
Yeah, exactly right. And so looking at something neutral to bullish, using
Yeah, I don't have
this
slow
weakness
mode on.
potentially to the advantage here, turning
People are
using
starting to
almost
talk a little.
like karate or judo here, using that down
F.
move against itself here.
I don't have to,
to
because
get a better price
Yep,
potentially,
yeah, like
and lower that
I was just saying,
break-even.
if we
Scoop
get any kind of
butterfly,
little, just a little
March expiration,
flick to
buying
the upside,
192.5,
and it holds
strikes
into
on two
a
of the 190s,
OPEX,
buying one of the 185s,
just a weekly
risk
OPEX,
defined.
and
If we're able to get 50 cents
yeah,
of the
we're-
credit, that brings that break even down to
It's got the
187.
for whatever
Best
reason
case
option change just stayed
scenario
loaded.
on this $200
So
in risk
the gamma
is
ramp's
a
definitely
perfect
there,
pin
and
of
it stayed there.
190, but we talk about this every
whatever
time
reason.
with this strategy, Jenny. It's less about perfectly pinning
So yeah,
that 190.
close above
It's more
2 for
about
Friday would be sick.
staying
Close above
above,
1.5 would
these
be
strikes and
also
capturing that credit.
great.
And the fact that debit spread component of this actually lowers the break
lot of people
even. So it
correlate
brings that
spam
break
stocks.
even down to 187.
I don't know if
if
people
it does
do.
perfectly pin 190, theoretically this can expand to
I watched
$300
SPY that
in
just
max profit.
basically the overall
Not the
market.
most likely of occurrences, but it is a possibility. So we have to
SPY
mention it.
doesn't-
But I think
GME
the
does
risk
move with
profile does
SPY
a better
though,
job of explaining
usually.
this trade than I can. Done for a credit.
BBBY
so if these options
doesn't,
expire
which
worthless,
is
you keep the credit. If all the options
one
are
of
in
the
the money,
reasons I like it.
they offset for that max loss of 200. And then in between, things get a little bit interesting.
1.39
best
gamma
case
on
scenario
1.5
at that
weeklies.
peak where you see that added kicker around the 190 mark.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. And of course, you know, a trade we've discussed now. We discuss this example trade very frequently on this show, but that does it for our FOMO segment. Now, coming up next, it's time to go back to the apparel retailers that also does fall into this home retail space. That is all things Kohl's, falling pretty sharply.
Kohl's. Top ships hanging out up there. Oh yeah, Tesla's Investors Days after hours today. Maybe we'll watch some of that. Or how that would work. My recap video. That gas moved up more. Kind of at the resistance. Hasn't had like a huge move yet. I mean, it's made a pretty good climb out of this low. A lot of it with gaps, but we haven't like had a big, you know, 10% move on a day yet. Which it used to do those, the downside and upside. Like these moves were huge back here. Intraday, yeah, 8%. SPY kind of consolidating here below VWAP. See if it needs it back down to the low today. An inverted head and shoulders being built though.
Quarter. This is not a sell-off. This is a 3% move lower. I mean, it's not positive by any means, but it's definitely not the steep selling that I read pre-market this morning. So here to tell us more on these results and perhaps any signs of optimism, I'd like to welcome in Renita Young, senior markets correspondent for the network.
Oh,
so,
look at that.
Renita, no
BBBY,
doubt we're not
just
seeing a
weird
sell-off. I guess it's not
gap.
necessarily a huge upside reaction.
What the heck?
Here, so tell us your thoughts.
Somewhere
like
in the
GME.
middle, right? But what's sure
Okay,
is
just
what's
gapped up
sure is
to
that this stock is
15.12,
going down today, right?
15.20 now, which is the high from before.
It's on the quarterly earnings
earlier
report
barcode.
now. While the company did meet earnings expectations, it was revenues that fell, it was a deeper loss when it came to earnings, and revenue also was under. And that surprise loss, by the way, during the holiday quarter, not really a good sign there. That's usually a quarter when they do better, right? But the company also gave soft guidance for the first quarter and for the full year.
Yeah, it's popping right.
But adjusted earnings per share, you can see
Should
how deep the
I get more?
loss was.
I can't
Revenue also
do
below
it.
estimates. Although there were some estimates
But
that
I
saw revenue
must.
beating expectations. But same-store sales for the fourth quarter they were down 6.6%. And Kohl's said inventory levels remained higher. They were up 4% year over year as of the end of the fourth quarter. The company's newly named CEO, he attributed these disappointing results to the ongoing persistent inflation environment where you saw product costs continue to rise and the company had to give more clearance items, steeper discounts, which didn't necessarily make them
People
more
familiar
money
with the
either,
matter.
right? But looking ahead, Kohl's expects net sales to be a loss of between a decline of
There's
2%
a bullish MACD.
4% decline, and diluted earnings per share between the range of $2.10 to $2.70. And of course, analysts are reacting. Telsey Advisory
I just
Group
bought more. I'm a
Kohl's
maniac.
Market perform rating.
Port is thickening at
a
150.
$35
Yeah, it's a good
price
L2
target.
here.
That's still about a 27%
Little
or so
sell wall
move
is starting to
the
pop
upside
up.
from where it's
155,
trading now.
160.
And yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But something else about this company that people forget.
Buys coming down
that
here.
it
Let's get a
has
little
been under
negative beta
deep
popping us up.
activist investor pressure, which led to
Yeah, now it's over that.
in leadership
It's
as well.
it's literally teeting on that
No
option
doubt
right there,
about
at
it.
1.5.
Part of what they've been
Like
working
SHF
on
was
is
pointing out.
expanding
Game on that
partnership
just bumped
with
up a bunch.
Sephora, trying to synergize
Being out of the
with
money, now in the money.
The successes of that more
from 47 to
cosmetically
54.
beauty-focused brand, getting new consumers in there. Maybe they'll pick up some other items while they're there. It's been pretty successful with something like Target through partnerships with Starbucks and Ulta throughout the years. Kohl's and Sephora trying their own attempts at that. Kohl's also has worked with Amazon in the past as well. But one of the things that really stuck out to me is some of those things you talked about, Renita, with the inventory concerns, inflation, is to battle that. They've actually been marking down prices, and that's making things even more and more difficult
for that reference.
with those costs rising. But we got to leave it there. Certainly one to watch here. You can see all these different department store stocks under pressure, with the exception of Burlington. But
We
certainly,
pumping.
Kohl's
We'll
setting
see.
the pace
It's
here
right at that
10%,
resistance, but
even though, as Jenny pointed
a
out,
weird gap.
doesn't feel
It's just
nearly as bad as it did when it
very
was pushed
odd.
down near 23 in the pre-market. But
I should look at the
Renita
time
Young,
and sales,
always a
see what
pleasure.
happened
Thanks
there.
for joining us, senior markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network. Coming up next, conversation on Plug Power with Mr.
It's
George
such more
Tillis
prevalent whale
will be
teeth on the
topic
minute.
of discussion
I always look at
for
the 5
under
minute, but that's
30.
crazy.
Stock ticker Plug, fan favorite. Looking forward to it. We'll be right back.
Okay, so I should have a signal for me to buy more if we do for today. What would that be? Breaking 160.25? Because if we make an engulfing candle today, possible we're already going to be much higher. It's going to be like a big engulfing candle. That gas ripping up more. Buy kind of bouncing on that support right on that line we drew. Oh, new high on BBY. There it is. 1530. Yeah, I look on the BBY subreddit. So I suppose I could just roll up these cash secured puts, just roll them higher to keep it safer, but still have exposure. Just roid it out. Oh, yep, ticking up a little more on BBBY. It's still below its high of the day, but it's got volume, and it looks like it wants to barcode on up. The themajigs, yep, MACD did flip bullish, that's true. That gas is up 1.25% now. Crazy, man. Buy. Maybe close my short, actually. Going to. Keep it, but should I open this up here? I'll keep it. I think I'm far enough from the money. All right, BBY testing the high of the bodies, 153. Up 9.2%. flashing between 8.5% and 9.2. Yeah, pretty good volume. Since we kind of broke out of that barcode. Increased. RSI to be over the MACD. Doesn't really work like that. This never goes over the. I don't know what you mean. It's recovering. It should break right now. Net gas just broke the high. 1.6% up. Wow. We'll see. We'll see here. BY, looks like it's kind of rejecting that resistance, but this is all still good. All still very good. And now we're seeing some sell walls. More volume on the ask. $1.60 has 108,000. On Yahoo, RSI and MACD overlap. Huh. Jason, wow. That's a lot, man. Maybe you do get that reference. Or you're lying. That gas 1.8%. Coming up to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock margin calls. It's kind of a joke. Yeah, there's that gas rallying. Breaking out of that range. That is dope. Maybe we should add to it here. I'd like to add on the highs, but I think we could get a crazy move up here still. I have 4 of them. Okay, not breaking out yet on BBBY. Got up to the kind of the high and just kind of consolidating there basically. Made an intraday gap though. Hope I don't lie. Good. Working on Carvana. Down from entry. When'd you get in it? Today? You trying to day trade it? I don't know. This one's kind of hard for me to read. It's not giving me like. It's in a downtrend, and we've got a bearish MACD right under the 9 on the longer time frame daily here, but the last few days it's shown pretty good bounce off that 50. So if you have the stomach for it, you'd wait and see if it breaks this 776 or so, kind of these lows. If it breaks here, it's probably gonna keep coming down, but it might come down to test this range again, bounce off of it. $9.59 yesterday is a swing. Yeah, I mean, you're not giving it much time to make its move. You're buying it yesterday and just expecting it to go up the next day. Like, MACD's still bullish on the hourly here. I don't know. Turka, yeah, a couple of people are trading Turka in here. Or holding shares of it still, I think. Spot looks like it wants to move up here. Things still doing well. Yeah, it's holding up nice. Lost uptrend. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think every day we see some sort of covering or something. That's why we're getting pops every day, but then they just go back to shorting it. But today is different. A lot is different about today. We've got, what, 2 hours left? Just want to close above VWAP. Like, I don't care if it doesn't make a new high. Or at least above kind of this range. Let's see. Yeah, 147 would be nice. Close above that. Diluted? No, I don't have any reason to believe it's being diluted right now. You are missing something. Those leaps seem cheap because you're buying leaps on such a cheap stock. Yes, it's cheaper than buying shares for sure. That's what options do, they give you leverage. Whoa, nat gas up 2% now. But there's a break even on these. You're going to pay a premium. IV's still high on that. Almost 200%. That's super high. You have to look at your break even on there to see how much extra you're paying for that leap if you just bought the shares. Alright, I'm closing my short on the ES. I think I've recouped the losses from just jumping in and out up here too much. That gas flying. Yeah, that's engulfing too there. Yeah, I'm good. I don't like this inverted head and shoulders. I don't like that engulfing candle. Or this wick down here at the support. And there it flushes down. I still think that's true. I just didn't get a very good exit. 2.37% on natty gas. Glad it didn't close. There was multiple times where I was like, I should just close and I'll get a new entry. Yeah, a little inverted head and shoulders there on the hourly. Still staying strong. 4 hour looks bullish. Get this daily flipping. Lowe's
would have declined from the year ago period. Now, overall, same-store sales fell 1.5% with a 0.7% decline in the United States. And Lowe's has been growing or
coming down here.
to grow its
Dang,
pro-market.
dude.
It saw 10%
I did see that kind of bear flag too, but
and in the U.S. specifically, it saw a 5%
showed me why I was scared of them
pro
here.
Category, or in online sales rather. Now, last year this time, Lowe's was benefiting from the red-hot housing market. The year before, Lowe's was benefiting
is going to make a new high here.
Stay-at-home, work-from-home DIY boom, right? And right now, we don't see either of the two really with strong conviction. However, because people are likely to stay in their homes since interest rates are continuing to rise and people may not be able to get the price for their selling homes that they'd like to sell.
Volume there on the 1 minute.
The investors and analysts are actually predicting that a possible DIY boom could help out Lowe's because people are staying put and they want to improve where they are.
Spies back down that support.
Name, is under pressure, and that is Rivian, a sell-off there that continues in a big way, double digits in percentage terms. Now it's getting closer to, wow, is that almost 20% at this point?
Shares are plunging for Rivian, and right now those earnings came in below expectations. Earnings was at a loss of $1.73 versus an expectation, or earnings, pardon me, it was actually a narrower loss when it came to earnings per share. But free cash flow, however, was a deeper loss than expected at $1.74
new
billion.
low there. Oh, nat gas. Big flush. We should get data.
And also, Rivian issued a recall for nearly 13,000 vehicles to fix a faulty sensor in the front passenger seat. It's the second major recall in 6 months. Does not look good for the company. And as well as the company is still struggling with parts shortages and other kinds of manufacturing issues. But looking ahead, analysts are reacting. Truist keeping a buy rating, but cutting the price target to $44 from $50. And I'll just give you one more. RBC Capital keeping an outperform rating, but cutting the price target to a $28 price target from $50 a share. Mostly, these analysts are still bullish on this stock, but cutting the price targets.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, they still think they can gain some
I guess I can take profits, but
we'll see. Renita Young, thanks so much. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Good luck there.
Fast move to VWAP.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Randy Sevcik's with us, President, Elite Group Retirement Services. Randy, good afternoon to you. We're starting off March, much like what we've been seeing of late, and that's red arrows. What's going on here?
Yes. Hi. Thanks for having me back, Nicole. We are seeing a lot of the arrows today, and there's a couple more when you look deeper into those that I think are really affecting what we have going on. And one of the things that I've been looking at too is while wages might look better this month against inflation, remember year to year, it's been 22 months of negative real wage growth. So consumers may not be able to identify this.
Lennox is super bullish time to
inverse. What this
inverse.
is beginning to mean with them. So I couple that information with some of the other things that come out recently. We have Bankrate.com announced this week that Americans have hit a new record, that 36% of U.S. adults owe more money in credit card debt than they have saved. You have that coupled with the fact that we've lost 23% of their 401k values in the last calendar year. Like I said, they may not be able to identify what's going on, but when you see your credit card balances within your home surging like that, people understand that it's about to get very
I don't know why Linux is so bullish. He doesn't give us any data.
Well, as you said, credit cards,
there must have been something that came out for nat gas.
People are digging
Huge bounce off of VWAP now.
And how consumer confidence and sentiment goes, so goes the market and GDP, right?
Yes, exactly. Consumer sentiment is a very good point. While it's up 2.3% from last month, it's still at its lowest point since April of 1980. So you couple that fact with inflation at 5.4% year over year, it tells us that the markets really aren't reacting aggressively to the Fed rate hikes. So the runaway inflation train hasn't really stopped, and consumers are really hesitant to sort of dive back into the market because of that.
Right, understood. So at this point now, as we take a look at how investors should be putting money to work in a rate hike environment, I mean, I know you think the Fed will continue to raise rates. What do you tell investors to do?
Well, The recessionary concerns are likely going to keep a lot of money on the sidelines while investors attempt to time their reentry. And in the near future, I'm telling clients and investors
I'm not sure what's going on
it's
yet.
time, not timing. So
maybe
look
some
in terms
covering
of the market as far as
lots
you're
of
going to be
FTDs that are due.
investing
Maybe they're
for the long term. If timing is an issue,
settling those
then they should
obligations.
focus more on a robust fixed income balance through treasuries or fixed indexed annuities. I saw that treasuries right before we went on air are bumping up near 4% already. So
It's
I think it's
main
important
from
for people to remember
my little
time,
pony.
not timing, and just make sure any
What the heck?
distributions that you're going to need from your portfolio are coming from principal protected sources, such as the ones I mentioned.
So sectors that you like, you talk about energy, healthcare, technology. I mean, we've seen energy and technology really be leading
But for how long will that
over the
continue?
last 6-12 months, right? I mean, tech in 2023,
Forever.
especially energy in 2022. Tell me about these three sectors.
It's interesting you mentioned technology because I believe that's the canary in the coal mine to the market.
Got my
And that
iced
is up.
coffee.
Google year-to-date earnings were up.
Ready to rally
If
now.
investors are using the S&P as their proxy, they cannot mathematically get back to those highs if they don't get major participation from technology. It's
I want to get back
not
into
just
short,
the largest
man.
sector, but it's equivalent to the bottom 5 sectors mathematically on the index. So if you don't get tech to participate, you're going to have a difficult time pushing back to the old highs. That's why I watch tech so closely, but I watch it through the prism of not timing, of time.
I see. And then you have the areas to avoid. You say real estate, consumer discretionary. Why are those areas to avoid?
Well, as it seems that when we look at all the down arrows and we see that the consumers are really starting to pay attention to the fact that we may be settling in for a coming recession. So they can't really afford with real estate that holy trinity of high interest rates, home prices, and falling incomes. So home ownership affordability is at its lowest level in about 35
maybe this
years.
inverted head and shoulders is a play for the long side.
Along those same lines, because consumer discretionary, that's a $7 trillion or $8 trillion sector.
There's that RSI divergence on the hourly.
Inflation, that's going to be driven by consumer uncertainty. So traditionally, this sector conjures up images of apparel and hotels and restaurants. And I think these traditional members are going to continue to struggle. But watch e-commerce. Average wages grew 4%, but most importantly, it was outpaced by inflation at 6.5. You're going to see consumer discretion really start to fall.
I'm waiting for news on that gas. Oh, BY broke out a little bit there. Next level up, it made 155.
Come on, and they're just doing short-term treasuries. I mean, just because it's undeniably a great trade and easy.
High of the day is 156. It's at 156.
Tell me about the fixed income story.
It's at the high of the day.
Long, short,
I actually made this kind of cut, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's probably just going to go from here.
Well, again, that goes back to the time, not the timing.
So overvalued, that
if
company.
Timing is becoming an issue and your horizon for needing distributions from these assets is within 36 to 48 months, I'm looking heavily into things such as fixed indexed annuities that are providing guarantees as far as lifetime income sources, and they're providing principal protection from the asset losing.
Up 11.5%.
That's an industry that has gone from about $300 billion to over $1 trillion in the last 18 months or so.
Yeah. Randy Sevcik, great to see you. Elite Group Retirement Services. Thanks, Randy.
1580 we're at right now at 12%. Volume has picked up with that breakout.
It's all about Tesla.
Little sell wall $1.60.
This is it. It's this afternoon. Hatem Diab from Grover Kawasaki tells us what to expect, what we're watching for. And we'll get the very latest.
You can get back in, Jim. It's okay. That's the beauty of it.
The recent earnings
SPY's bouncing there.
And what's next for AMC
There's
after another
12%, 12.5%.
But up next, some stock
this
picks
is all
for
still
you,
cheap.
a European pharma company.
Think about it.
And the next block
back here, you would have thought
that we could be hearing
we're getting
about.
such a good deal.
It's all coming up on the watch
You
list.
got it
Stay
for
with
$1.50. It was $1.80 and then it dropped down to $1.50. You've been like, oh my goodness, it's the dip buy. Right? $1.59, that's 12.5%. I don't want to induce FOMO with my excitement in my voice, sorry. It'll settle down. I'm gonna buy when it's boring usually. Sell when it's exciting. These arrows. Oh, what? If once he breaks the support wall is gone, and Chuck Norris will send it to the moon with a round-off head kick. Or just a kick. So now we're getting some positive gamma pressure from the $1.50 strikes that are now on the money. So these are getting hedged by the market makers. So 64 shares. Market makers have to hold long for every contract, long contract on here. And as the price moves up, that will increase. There's 14%. Wow, wow, wee wow. That's $1.61. 16.25, just kind of a random level. I don't know. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm not gonna buy now, but end of the day, I might buy more. There's 16.25. We're up 14.5%. All the losses from last month we could literally make back in 2 days. For 1 day. $1.76. So it would be kind of a level. That high, that low, and then kind of consolidate above that. Looks like we're going to be getting that engulfing candle today. Didn't give us the gap fill. Those dirty buggers. I have a stock. I have a stock. I don't know. Does he say that? $1.64, 16%. It's not halted yet, but could be getting close. Buy is also rallying. Currently studying business informatics and should actually study for my exams, but BB takes up a larger part of my life. Yeah, especially when you get that volume. Look at that, 5 million in this 5-minute candle. 16.25. Look at that. That might be an actual resistance line there. We've got a sell wall, little one building at $1.80. Pretty mellow though. A 16.60. There's one. Bid support still down at like $1.30. That gas is right back up where it was. So I don't know what just caused that crash. Sometimes you have that on it though. Isn't that weird? Boom. Should have bought another contract. Engulfing candle is good. Bullish. You bought some at 139. Nice. Eyes kind of hanging out down here. This wake up. Oh. Maybe that's from the SPY. Interesting though. Yeah, that's from the SPY, I guess. Wow, SPY is rejecting that. Coming back down. Yeah. BBBY hasn't woken anything else up yet. Whoa, pretty big flush there on SPY. Bank of Mexico cuts 2023 economic growth forecast to 1.6% from 1.8. That came out 5 minutes ago. JP Morgan Chase is resisting attempts by lawyers to question Chief Jamie Dimon under oath in litigation over the U.S. bank's decision to retain late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein as a client. big volume there, 5.4 million. So the 1.5s closing in the money end of week would be great. 2s would be twice as good. Now we just need some merger acquisition news. Like the growth there, but I still don't have 100% loading yet. No, there's just good signs of a bottom. Good signs of support and a bottom. Could keep consolidating down here. You know, it's just been coming down, so yeah, but if we do get an engulfing candle, it might keep rallying a bit before it starts consolidating, really. Like we might get a bounce similar to how this was a bounce. I mean, that just kind of kept going, but might get a bounce and then some consolidation before a rally. With how bullish today is looking. That's interesting. That line I drew, sure enough, I don't even know where that point. Here? Oh, it's probably on the hourly or something. Not a lot of 3-3. Don't want to halt? Not halted yet. I wouldn't wait for a halt to trigger you to sell something. I think 3-3, if you have a long enough time frame, I think that's good value still. If you know how to do cover calls, you could roll cover calls. Now nat gas is breaking that high. You can roll cover calls, get your cost basis down. I wouldn't hold calls that you're even on them now. No, it's Wednesday. I mean, no, I wouldn't. Would definitely close. This isn't, so if you look at this, is this when you'd buy options right now after this crazy rip? So then you should sell them. And then if you want to buy back in, buy when it's barcoding and boring, or if it comes back down to VWAP. But I wouldn't get weeklies. You're Wednesday. You just got a miracle on those contracts that they came back to break even for you. Yeah, this is nothing. This is nothing yet. You're right. But it is a breakup trend, which is definitely something. GME is no, GME is not broken. It's fixed. It's been fixed. Potentially. We'll see after earnings or coming into earnings. Short interest, BBBY today higher as last week? I'm not sure your question. Yeah, the data came out, it's high. See after hours if it's real. 30,000 shares, $1.50. Not a bad price. $1.5 to $2 billion buy. Yeah, that'd put them back at what, like $7, $8? next to Carvana. That's good. Oh, SPY. Dropping lower potentially. GME, yeah, GME is holding up better than the SPY right now. There's a good sign for it, but kind of a bear flag intraday. Bearish MACD. Right under the 9. Nothing's looking bullish on it on longer time frames. So maybe it'll rip. So now I don't need to close above VWAP. A close above, because VWAP's come up quite a bit. Above 147 would be great. SPY is coming down more here. No, that was the right play. If it goes up to $2, great. The clock that you're fighting is crazy on weeklies with the IV that was already high when you bought into it. If you want exposure, you get more time. You get it once we're back down here, because we'll probably come back down here. Or you could just buy back in whenever, but yeah, I'm not playing options on it, as you guys can tell. The only options I'm playing on are I'm selling them. I'm not buying them, because this IV is insane. But if I were to do options, I'd do spreads. If I was going long on them. All my BBY alerts going off. I know, we never got the gap fill. You can wait for maybe 147 to scale some, Ace, if you want more. The wait for the move to be confirmed is the way to do it. Better to be late than wrong. If you just tried to dip buy, you'd be broke. This was a dip, this was a dip. Every day's been a dip for a month. So, reversal trend potentially happening today. Or at least flattening out consolidation. You have a Spaniard bank? That is neat. Thank you guys for your thumbs up today. We're at 42. It's been a fun day so far. After months of 1 month, it's actually very quick how we've been playing BBY. But thank you for your 42 likes. I appreciate it. Oh, I've got some losses to recoup, so I need to play it smart, play it slow, have patience with it. Hanging out at that low. Nat gas kind of consolidating now, still up 2%. BBBY consolidating here at the high, actually. That VWAP's climbed up quite a bit. So if I were to buy options on BBBY, I'd probably get March. Not bad, actually. March, 1.5, $2 call debit spread. You could be more aggressive than that, but that gives you a 21% chance of max profit. And max profit's actually 4 times your money, so. Oh, SPY's flushing through here. Might actually pick some of these up. Is that enough time? If you want a little more aggressiveness, you could get the 2.5 call debit spread. That gives you 9% chance probability of max profit, 20% chance of break even. Puts your break even at $2, which is pretty good. Gives you 16 days. Might try and get that filled actually. If I can get that filled. I was just gonna do shares, but honestly the spreads actually aren't bad. So this would be max profit if it's above $2.5 by March. Still a big move from where we are for sure. March OPEX, which is the 17th. Whoa, SPY's flushing there. Kind of at this level over here now, though. I don't know if I like that short. Wow. Dang, should have held the short from back here. This just all this support being built where that one was. I was sketched out. BBY still holding up here. $1.57. Building another bull flag. Chill. HLBZ? Filling the gap. I presume it's going to keep filling it. So 1390 is a gap fill. This thing could wake back up still this week. Profit taking today. I think this was on no news still, so they have catalysts though. If they come out bullish legal crime fighting news, could pop it up. I think this was maybe just a technical move because it hit basically historic low. So, and then it just got momentum, I'm guessing. Or there's some shorts that are covering or some FTDs, I'm not sure. I have shares of it, but I'm fine to hold it long term. I like this company. I like the space at least. So I would maybe average in once this gap gets filled. But I mean, you have to look at it long term. It basically, it just made back the gains it's lost over the past month. So made a big move quickly, which isn't usually sustainable. BBY holding up here. Buys coming down. GME is holding up kind of interestingly. Except I better be finding a cat. Was it over $2? Nat gas, new high, 2.73%. Oh, SPY's flushing there. So I have an order to buy 2.5 call debit spread for March BBBY. I'll show you guys what this looks like. I don't want to keep an eye on SPY though. The spreads are usually safer. It's a more complex, more confusing trade. Which is funny because most people that trade options that are newer just don't do spreads, even though spreads are way safer. Anyways, but yeah, so I'm buying the 2 strike for March, the calls, 121 of them, and then I'm selling the 2.5 strike for that same expiration. So it limits my upside, but it makes the contract cheaper, makes the position cheaper, and it defines my gains, caps my gains, but the volatility of the stock doesn't quite affect it as much, because if the stock comes down, my short will gain in value. If it goes up, my long will gain in value. So it moves basically smoother, more like a stock would. So there's max profit, max loss, break even, and then just probabilities based on the options chain Greeks. So max profit would be above $2.5, but that's at expiration. So that's the thing with spreads, is you're not really playing the volatility as much. So if it goes to $2.5 today, it'd be $1,600 profit if I sold it. But if I waited and it stayed above 2.5 by March OPEX, it'd be worth $5,600. So, but you can always just trade them like normal long calls. If it rips up, I could just sell it. But if there's a spread, there's a short leg on there, like the ones I sold, then sometimes it's beneficial just to wait. Large scale net exit in BBY today? What do you mean? 1.7%, where it is now. 1.7 is a 7% move. That gas still rallying. GME options are cheap. Yep, I got a couple leaps. The options, like the leaps, are cheap, but what's even more crazy is the shorter data are so cheap. I was gonna get more leaps, but I'm thinking GME's gonna come down, so I'm gonna wait for now to get more. And then I'm getting on the Theta Farm account, so I'll probably be selling calls on them. 4 man's cover calls, Steez. That's 3% almost. Reminding me of the gains seen before the launch from 130 in early January. 130 to 5 in a matter of a few days. Yeah, it could happen quick. Like we were just looking at HLBZ. BY could regain all the losses from last month in just a day or two, which would put it back at $3, $3.50. Very possible. Order flow distribution show more large scale sells and buys by about 320K. Buys coming down a little bit more. Linux, yeah, I saw Linux post, so that's why I'm inverse. Just kidding. I was potentially looking for GME to. I've already been at a floor, but it broke it today. I wanted it to hold this level, and then I could have seen a run coming from where we were. This level being kind of this support and this support, and then today it really flushed through it. So I do think a run can come, especially for repeating March, and it'll probably come after earnings. Before that run, though, I think we're going to come down to 16 range or 15 even, or maybe even lower than that, because that would very much look like what we did last March too, which would be a lower low. Not to say we're going to make it a lower low, but at least to come down to retest, make a double bottom, which would be nice to set up for an earnings rip like we had last March. But today could be a bear trap on it, and we just rally from there. I guess I'm kind of hedged because I got leaps. I'm starting to scale into leaps, but then I got shorter dated with debit spreads today. Yeah, I'd like to get some shorter term GME stuff for sure. That gas 3.25 now, dude. Yeah. Broke out of this high. You guys could get options on Boyle if you want to go degen. It's up 6%. Long ways it could go up. SPY looks like it's maybe finding support down here. Double doji. BBY, another little intraday bull flag in a bigger bull flag. Very, very bullish. Over to now 158. It's like 170. Is that what you said? Yeah. Oh, from 158. Yeah, about 158. Turka's ripping. Yeah, I think some of you guys are still in it. Whoa. Big wick down to VWAP. That thing is pretty illiquid, huh? Weird. I still don't even understand the catalyst on that thing, really. Price target is quick. I mean, there's infinity. There's, I don't know. I don't have a price target. Depends on a lot of factors. The options chain has a gamma ramp that's just ready to get loaded up even more, but it already is pretty loaded. For a close above $1.50 by Friday would be good, and above 2 would just make it even faster. Take that, just average down. Yeah, average down leaps, exactly. Yeah, because the leaps aren't going to lose much value if GME comes down to like 16 bucks, maybe 10%. Mine aren't actually leaps, they're January's, so a little less than a year. At the 1.7 and not more. This is what I think for today behavior. After hours. Yeah. No, I think GME is the options are cheap. I sold my shares to buy options, more or less. Like the options make a lot of sense on GME right now to buy. Options on BBY make a lot of sense to sell. Yeah, there's people got Noretta in here. Do I think BBY will rip? Buy's coming down here more. Don't like this choppy move down. Not clear, but should have held that short. But that's okay, because earlier today, I didn't take profits and cost me a G. Oh, it's good I took profits there. BBBY still bull flagging up here, starting to barcode in this, let's see, 157, 159 barcode range. Eyes coming down a little bit. Got 15 minutes to power hour. Tesla's holding up way too well. Hoping for a dump on Tesla after hours. Instead of the 2.5, I think I'm gonna go back to the 1.5 and 2s. Greater profit potential, less profits. Gives me break even at $1.60. It sucks in such a cheap stock. You have to buy so many contracts. The commissions on this is going to get expensive, especially doing spreads. When will I know about the engulfing candle? It's on the daily time frame, daily candle. So that's what I'm looking at. So I won't know that until 4 o'clock, so hour and 15 minutes. But it's looking like it'll most likely close. Basically looking for a close above like 146. Yeah, close above 146, you'll get your bull flag. Or engulfing candle. And still a bull flag. So that's the level I'm looking for it to hold. Oh, wow. That filled like that? Why did that fill so quick? That's crazy. That was at the bid. Got filled in the spread. Okay. So I did a safe BBY play. More or less, somewhat pretty safe. I did the 1.5 to call debit spread. What if this is a dead cat BBY? Yeah, I mean, if it's engulfing, like, doesn't mean it's just going to go up. It could still come down a bit, but to me, that is a good sign. Like, even on the shorter term here, to give you put context, like today I traded the short on that because I was engulfing to this. So that just came straight down. But then it happened again up here. Where was it? Oh, right here. See? At this engulfing candle. So it triggered here, but then look, it kept rallying after that, then eventually came down. So to me, that the trigger was still that engulfing candle, among other things. But it still made it move further, and then did the move. And then even down here, an engulfing, which turned around to the upside. So as far as engulfing candles go, that's kind of what I'm looking for on that daily. But yeah, I mean, all the dead cat bounce because it could still make new lows. But I know you're just telling yourself that because you already sold. How true are both flags? Pretty true. Tell you about the Discord? What? What do you want to know? So this spread I got that's safer is basically at the money. So I bought the contract at the money, just in the money, which is $1.50. Sold the next one up, the next strike, which is 2, which is just out of the money. Gives me break even $1.60. So if BY is above $1.60 by March 17th, this contract will just give me break even, so no loss. But if it's above $2 by then, it'll give me $1,600. So basically 4 times on my money. I mentioned in yesterday's video we could just get like a dead cat bounce. Yeah. Yeah. But to me, that is still showing a signs of a floor. Not to say that is the low of the trend or the lowest price to be able to get, but the bearish momentum is slowing heavily, especially if we engulf here. Oh, it's just I don't know. It's just like a social app, website, program for texting and voice chatting, and they do a lot of stuff now. You can even live stream on there. Started off as something more for gamers. Gamers would go in there and teams would get up on voice chat instead of using in-game chat because it just sounds better. It's easier to be organized. Kind of just evolved from there. SPY's still melting down here. Whoa. 9 minutes to power hour. Breaking through that support a bit. I don't like shorting into the lows. Yeah, and it looked like that. To me, the biggest difference was holding by VWAP. That's why I was saying that all day, basically. Even here, I was like, okay, if it rejects, that's fine. The point is, where's the floor? And holding above VWAP was, to me, that was the only tell that today's different and it's doing good. But at any point, it could, of course, drop below VWAP, and it still could. So, the engulfing candle and all that just kind of came about once we saw this price action stay this high. And of course, this bull flag building, and then now this other bull flag that's being built. Spies through the low there. Jeez. It's so close to that price. It really, you gotta quit trying to time the bottom and time the top. Like, you're just gonna lose trying to time it perfectly. You could even buy after hours. Even if we close engulfing, it's a nice bull flag. Could get a little drop after hours. Probably not too much, but oh, SPY might be bouncing there. Never know what'll happen after hours. We haven't seen like big dips, I don't feel like, after hours. They've been pretty minor, if at all. Like this was the biggest dip, but that was pre-market, so you're probably not going to want to wait till then. See, this dip just dipped back to that low, which wasn't much. After hours has brought us more upside, I feel like, than downside. I just mean like in the first few minutes, sometimes you'll get a little candle to the downside. Maybe a good long here on SPY. BBBY, red candle down, broke out of the barcode to the downside now. So it's gonna make a move back to VWAP. Why is it going up? Were you asking why it was going down the last month? Why was it going down? I don't know. Nobody knows for sure. FTD covering, rolling over swaps, shorts covering, who knows? I would long the futures. I'm longing for SPY. My longer term trend is bearish, so any long plays I make on it are more or less just bounces. Trader name, you give such tight parameters for when it's real and when it's this or that. Weeble options are somewhat limited. Yeah, I'm buying this bottom here. Hopefully it's not like yesterday where it flushes through. But we've got 4 minutes into power hour. We're at the low. Maybe a move back up to VWAP. That'd be pretty aggressive, but we'll see. This wick looks bullish. We're kind of at this support. Yeah, I think it'll run more. Absolutely. That's an easy question to answer though, since you didn't give me a time frame. So. Soon. Again, this arbitrary time frame. Yeah, I think it happen soon. There, just ran right there. And what consists of a run? Tried looking for a run to 327. Yeah, I think it could hit 327 still in the future. Carvana going bankrupt? I don't know. I'm in a bullish engulfing. This one? Not sure which one you're looking at. This isn't one. It's hard to get engulfing candles on here because of the barcode. Because you don't make new lows. You know what I mean? Eyes moving up here a bit. It's bearish looking, but it's at the support, so if it holds, it should get a bounce. If it doesn't, look out below. It's like on your 5. This candle would have to be lower than this candle. I don't know. SPY might be giving it back up here. So the low on this candle is 155. The low on this candle is 155. Oh. Yeah, power hour, here it is. Picked up 50-cent June calls. That's pretty safe. Yeah, I like that. You got a lot of time. You're deep in the money. There's still a premium on it, but better than out of the monies and weeklies. 50-cent, yeah. Yeah, you've got... Oh wait, sorry, what that's puts. You've got 0.95 delta on that, so it's basically like shares. 100 delta are shares, so. Awa. Eyes moving up. GME is also bouncing with it. There, HLBZ. HLBZ gap almost filled now. Kind of building a little cup here on the hourly. Inverted head and shoulders. All looking good there. 4 hour looks good. Daily All we have to hope for would be an engulfing candle for today. I mean, the RSI looks nice, so a little tick up. This little tick up there. Very strong day. A lot of buyers. Silvergate Capital. 1.5, March 3rd. Yeah, 1.5. That's pretty safe too. You're still paying a lot of premium for it because of that IV being so high. So don't be fooled. But yeah, if BBY goes up, those should go up also. Oh, SPY, come on. Give us a little rally. You know you want to. I love the casino. The casino is a more fun place to lose money, I think, than stock market. For sure, you get free drinks, you get a pool, free food.
Like we're in one of those periods though, so don't fight the trend in the relationship. Look at that real estate chart again there, XLRE.
Wondering if we actually start, if we rally now.
When you look at the pullback
it
here
did
over
bounce
the
off the
last,
support a bit.
call it month now, pretty much February
Might hold this
the
long.
end of our bounce off the October lows. If you consider the real estate sector as basically being the centerpiece of the interest rate tightening paradigm, then this still looks like just a obvious trend. Don't need to overcomplicate it. You've got lower highs. You've got lower lows. So even in this big push we got,
held up really well here. Thought it moved to VWAP already.
Bear market in this sector without really any nuance to it.
I can't play all network.
We had a great
I mean, you can play online poker
there in the quarter, but just technically speaking, the lower highs still visible on the chart. You can take a very simple diagonal line. Sometimes the simplest stuff is the best. And real estate really being the epicenter of the interest rate trade, something we should keep an eye on because we've got home builders still trading near the highs. Keep in mind for the real estate ETF, you're going to have a bunch of commercial real estate that gets looped into the real estate category. That stuff has been under some deeper pressure. We did get that spring back into home builders as folks tried to take advantage of the drop we had in rates. But now that they're going back higher, I think we should be aware of potential rollover in the home builders, similar to what we've seen in the broad real estate sector. Finally, what's working today? Metals, mining. I think that's basically China pretty much at work.
China.
Good data out of China confirming the reopened trade and the strength of that geographic finally recovery
starter position. There you go. Yeah, scale in, baby.
Like
take
copper,
it easy. Take it
metals,
slow.
Crude oil. I think that we're starting to see that a little bit here. The 3-year chart of crude and copper shows that generally there's some pretty good overlap. Not necessarily a tradable correlation, but general trends that move alongside each other as commodities tied to China activity. Notice how crude has been stagnant and under pressure, but copper has been now pretty solidly trending higher for about 6 months or so. I think this creates a little bit of an interesting divergence from a correlation that, broadly speaking, you might expect to come back into play.
Online poker sucks.
While copper's picking up, China keeps printing good numbers.
I just feel like I'm getting cheated, even more than the casino.
A reopening theme that works right into the inflation one, which stocks don't like. So just keep your eyes on that right now. It's an interesting day with the dollar down,
stock market,
interest rates still up.
Probably getting cheated more, but you just don't. Doesn't feel like you are as much.
Guests joining us. Right now, Renita Young and Kevin Hinks going to help me break down some of the market action. Good afternoon, guys. Let's talk about the macro themes here first, Kevin. It does seem like China's numbers this morning set the stage, and then our ISM prices paid kind of threw a little gasoline on the fire of the inflation discussion.
Yeah, Oliver.
Kind of want to get in some tops.
Materials.
Nice bull flag intraday of VWAP.
Stronger Industrials,
hasn't made the rally all the way to
$1.05
yet.
Of the S&P that are higher today. You see it when you look at the heat map. Metals and mining, Freeport
buying power on my trading account though.
Mining. Those are those two companies, copper and gold, right there, Oliver. You saw yields touch 4% today. The new normal that we have found ourselves in. Dollar lower, yields higher. How long will that last? I don't know, but stocks clearly have
keep an eye on tops for me, guys.
Yields, and they don't like the 4% yield, at least for now. And they also don't like, Oliver, if you ask me, how quickly we've gotten to 4%.
I'm gonna get some shares on this one.
The payrolls a month ago. This has been a pretty catastrophic month for bonds and notes.
I want to get it at BWAP, so I guess I could just get some
upside,
now.
Oliver, it's starting to take its toll on a lot of things.
What
now,
you doing?
we still have a lot of things going on. Energy is creeping higher. That's that. Remember, we talked about China. Energy had stalled for a couple days. Now it's on the upside, but everything, all the information that we're getting points to what's strong about the economy is a relationship with China. What's weak about the economy, any kind of discretionary is heavy here today. What's odd, with rates touching 4%, financials still heavy, Oliver. Even though interest rates are going up and net interest
like this to
margin
hold
is a
that
big
VWAP,
part of
otherwise
financials, they're not catching a bit on
want
this.
to be in it.
Clearly,
Just put a stop loss.
This is a market trying to figure out that relationship between the U.S. dollar and yields.
And to the point on the banks, I mean, we've got the curve just getting destroyed again here. As our 2 years going up even faster than the 10-year. To your point about the
Calls and BBBY. What's your strike? What's your date?
Kind of aligning more with rates than
You're
the
playing
dollar,
it today?
because this was going to be, we said it this morning, kind of
You're
an
still
interesting
playing
test. Do we get that response to a lower dollar risk on, or is it more about bonds? I think it's more
Depends
about
on how much money you put in,
bonds.
Jason.
So
How quick you
Freeport
lose it.
up, materials.
Turka's still going.
If we're going to
Turka.
be mining materials, we're going to need some
Yeah, it is.
equipment to do it. Caterpillar's
Hopper.
having a big day
3
renewed up,
weeks.
but maybe a little
Nice.
extra
March
on top
OPEX.
with its own story.
It is a little
$1.50?
bit more on top. So
$2?
Caterpillar
What strike?
just authorized, or they voted a preliminary vote
There's a
on
bounce
a
on
new
SPY.
contract
Thank you.
for their union workers within the United Auto Union or
$2,
United
3 weeks,
Union.
nice.
And so this was
That's probably a good trade.
welcome change.
Top's just
because
filled.
The company or the
So I'll
workers
put a
at
little
the company,
stopper.
rather, they threatened to go on a strike
stopper
back
losser,
in
maybe?
January, right? And so this averts a strike, and the current contract with these particular
Not
employees
even done that on E-Trade
covers
before.
about 7,000 employees from Caterpillar
How do I do that?
out of the
Stop on quote?
100,000 global
Stop limit on
employees.
quote?
But this particular contract was supposed to expire
Yeah, I think
today.
that's what I do.
And so they
Done
got
on
a chance
futures,
to
but it doesn't look
avert
like this.
what these workers were expecting to do, which is a
So,
strike.
I guess
and
if
so
it comes down
negotiations
here,
started
it's
right
pretty tight
after
stop, but
they set
89,
the tone and they
63.
said that they were going on strike. They wanted better pay, of course.
Yeah, I'll just
they
do it there.
wanted improved safety measures, and they also wanted better health
Break
care
a
benefits.
VWAP and I'll close it out.
And so the
Could very
union
well wick
still,
down there
however,
and still
needs
rally.
to schedule a ratification
I could
vote
see this thing doing
for
that too.
this particular contract, and employees will need to cast their votes. This covers 4 different Caterpillar factories across Pennsylvania and Illinois.
Okay, so market definitely responding to that.
88.76
Helps
there.
also to kind of have the backdrop of a reopened China, but
Basically
this
doesn't hold up
too,
this support after
seems
dropping
like a
VWAP.
very specific kind of, from the perspective of the investor, a potential mine
Oh,
that
it's
they
got a
stepped
partial fill.
over.
Where's
They
the rest?
didn't see it blow up. We saw a lot of labor tension in a lot of different sectors. So to see them maybe close
Over
the deal
C?
on this
What in the world?
potentially right now makes sense that the market would like
Stop
that.
limit on quote.
Also, I think we got to mention, when we're talking China,
Just give me normal
we're
stop
talking
limit.
gambling, Kev. Wynn Resorts, Las Vegas Sands. At least the market's pretty reliable, right? Like, we know there's
Stop
certain
on quote.
keywords, there's certain stories, and we know the company's attached to it.
What does this mean?
Yeah, the China proxy in casinos
Trailing stop.
is always a great way to trade China with U.S. stocks, right? So much of their earnings, you know, not as high as it used to be.
When I have an order
but
for a
still
stop
a
limit
big
on
chunk
quote,
of their earnings is from Macau. And
it says I'll
if
receive
there's a
$84.
reopening
What does
of
this mean?
China, you can check the gauge, the
Oh,
strength
yeah, I
of
can't do that. I have
via
to
the
hold. I
casino
forgot.
stocks,
I can't day trade
Oliver.
it right now.
So make sure we
I'm holding it
understand
overnight.
there's
Here we go.
another tentacle in the China
Okay.
story is casino stocks. Oliver, before we go, make sure you understand Tesla's Investor Day starts at 4
Eyes
o'clock
rallying.
Eastern, 3 o'clock Chicago time. So watch for Tesla in the final hour of trading here.
All right,
GME
nice
coming down.
reminder here. I was seeing the pictures come
BBBY
in,
came
folks,
down a bit.
at the factory and there with Elon, so it should be a fun one. Appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, Renita Young, Kevin Hanks, getting us started here, taking
Hitting
us
the
through
50
big
moving
moves
average
for
there on the
day.
5 minute.
Let's continue to talk inflation.
Please,
and
one
the
more time, the
investing
gaps
landscape,
BBY.
not just here, but
What
around
gaps?
the
Like
world.
upside,
We're talking
downside,
Morton,
low
Chief
gaps? It's
Investment Officer of
130-ish.
Americas at Morningstar Investment
So it
Management,
started to
Chicago-based.
fill
Here with me in studio. Aren't you great to see you?
today,
Great to see you. All
yesterday.
right.
Excellent to have you in person. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, my
It was
pleasure.
filling it.
Today's pretty interesting because we have the
So
dollar
now there's
down,
just a little
we got
left at
interest rates up.
131.
Last time you and I
Or,
spoke,
like, that's
you
the end
talked
of
about
it.
how generally your guys'
That's the
view
bottom.
was
So
pretty
$1.31
interest rate
would be the gap
specific.
fill.
Are you surprised to see the market kind of siding with bonds here instead of getting that risk on trade sometimes we get when the dollar's down?
Yeah, you know, I think
So
what
BBY, see what
is
holds.
occurring in
VWAP,
2023
see
is
what
that
happens
as we
here.
turn the calendar year, folks
Got
were hoping
45
that
minutes
the
to
climate
close.
was turning as well. And we saw that at the end of last year. We saw it start to carry through this year with this expectation that, you know, this
BBY,
inflation concern
50
is
cent,
over.
19 January
the rate
24th.
concerns in terms of continuing to hike is over.
Better than
and
this
we're
Friday.
back to business as usual. And I
That's
think
way
what we've
better,
seen
yeah.
from the data
You
really in
went
the
from
last few weeks is that it's
2 days
not
of
quite
expiration
over,
to a
that
year.
we still have an inflation to contend with, that we still have to have some uncertainty around
The
our
gains you're going to see on that
for
aren't
where
going to be as
rates
great
go
as a
from here. And I
weekly.
think that's what, if we
I'm
look at the
assuming you're aware
broader
of
trend
that.
of how the market's been
If it does
behaving over
rip,
the
so
past
don't-
few weeks,
don't expect
I think that's what the market is beginning to kind of
as
embed
much
in its psyche.
percent
that
gains
these
on
risks
leaps.
are not gone.
Where do you think that came from, this
I can tell you took one, yeah.
optimism that suddenly the calendar year was going to change
You
everything?
can't time the
Some
bottom, you
wave
can't time the
that
top.
almost kind
If
of
you
like
do on those rare
speculative
occasions, don't get used to
rush
it.
of the COVID boom again.
That's
Is that
the
because
exception,
the
not the
inflation
rule.
prints cooled off a little bit? People didn't account for how high they might stay, or what happened?
I mean, there's no question that the entire market is watching data print after data print. And so when we start to see a shift in the data, when we're no longer on this, you know, ascent of inflation, and we start to see that, you know, begin to turn, and we know that inflation hasn't been a primary
You say that,
concern
Jim,
in the
but
markets for
once
many
it's down there,
decades.
you
It
might
feels
not
like,
want it
phew,
at 133.
This concern is over, and we can move forward. And certainly we're seeing
'Cause it might
fundamental
drop to
reasons for
1
that shift. You
or
know,
below
supply
1.
chains easing and the like. So
I've
I
never
think
been
the
able
market
to.
just kind of got
You
excited about what the
will.
data
You
was
keep trying.
saying,
You will.
but
You
the
just will run out of
reality
money
is we're
by the
still
time
in
you
very
probably get to
uncertain
it.
times. And so it's easy to get too far
Jimmy
over
didn't
our
move. Shut
skis
up.
when it comes to analyzing what regime are we actually.
Yeah, it did. You're right. Move down.
Now that we've kind of moved on from the run up and the peak from inflation, and now we're kind of concentrated on the stickiness of it, how does that
I kinda wanna
change
hold
the
this long.
potential for
Is that
what
weird?
kind of drives that narrative? Does that mean there needs to be
Everything's
constant
bearish,
drumbeat
but we're
of
at that
lower
support, and
prints,
I'm wondering if
for
we just have
markets
one
to
more bounce.
stabilize here? Is there a possibility
Probably
that
not. I'll
we
close
might
it.
be heating up again? How are you guys assessing that
I'd
inflation
like the
framework?
Well, I
VWAP
think as
to
we
hit
think
though.
about, you know, market behavior and market participants, I think they're going to try to sniff it out before we actually see it in the print. So there could be, you know, fundamental shifts in what we're seeing in labor, what we're seeing in wages, that give people some assurance that while inflation might not
That
be,
could be
kind
a
of
reversal
declining
candle
right
there.
away, it's on that
See.
trend. For our own part at Morningstar Wealth, I think we're
Only
not
up a
so
little
much
bit on that
concerned about trying
contract,
to get
actually.
that inflation expectation perfectly right, as understanding that these are uncertain times and we have to have different pieces in our portfolio that are going to respond to different environments. So our large
Did you take
focus
a
is
nap
that
yet?
kind of broader range of outcomes, portfolio construction perspective.
How do you balance that with the focus on Americas? Do we have to go
Oh,
beyond
man, is that it?
The domestic trade to find companies that are better built for
Better stop.
inflationary periods? Today, everybody wants to buy metals
get
and
stopped out
mining
if I do
stocks.
this,
It's not
but-
really our specialty here. It's more like tech, and it's the stuff that all those materials go into.
That's right. You know, I would actually argue that regardless of the inflationary regime, you should probably be looking overseas. And a big rationale for that is just the valuation argument. So if we're looking at areas like, you know, Germany or UK
Almost-
or China,
almost got stopped
all
right
of those
there.
areas look a bit more attractive
this
to
is
us than some of the
inverted
stocks
hammer,
here in
and this
the US.
might be
Now,
setting
that's
up in
not to
engulfing,
say
so
that
that might be the end of the
2022 didn't
bounce.
shift that a bit and make U.S. stocks a little bit more
MACD is
attractive
bullish,
than they were
green over the
otherwise.
9, everything looks
So
good
it's
there,
not like
but
it's everything
we'll see.
overseas, but there are so many factors that are aligning to make the overseas trade look a
BBBY
bit
bouncing
more
on the
appealing. You
50.
mentioned the dollar. That's one of them. We saw how strong the dollar was last year, and that opens up the opportunity for some of these other currencies
have to
make,
do
you know, some sort of
a
mean
recap.
trade.
Oh, it's this girl.
How much of it is valuation
We've seen her on
and the growth trade-off? Are companies around the world just cheaper? We've seen some charts. Some of our guests have brought us that, you know, they look mind-blowing. It makes it look like
trying
the
to guess her
easiest trade
age.
in the world.
I wish it were so easy. I mean, the reality is that valuation
Isn't that
is
same
in
person?
favor, in our view, of international stocks.
Yeah, it
but
is.
Valuation is not a timing indicator by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, international stocks have looked cheaper than U.S. stocks for quite some time,
For a long time.
and you just haven't gotten the returns from that. So it's our perspective that you really do. You have to have some things in the U.S. that look appealing to you, but also some things overseas as well.
Is the U.S.
Ooh, Tops
still
is doing
too
all right.
much
Okay,
of a
okay.
tech-heavy trade?
I don't know
for
how to
passive
put a stop limit
investors?
on it, though.
Obviously, at Morningstar, you guys have as much equity-specific
I'm
coverage
up 1.49%.
Does that mean
I'm
that
winning.
A lot of that is still kind of looking favorable to
Winning on
non-tech
something.
businesses? Because there's going to be a lot of people in the U.S. that are still broadly index-based,
That's right.
and they just kind of get dragged with everything else if they don't start to diversify away from the tech. But then we get these run-ups, and everybody goes, oh God, I got to get back on all the
that's
tech
right.
stuff.
That's right. You know, it's a very interesting point because if you look at the period that we've seen heading into 2022, it wasn't U.S. stocks broadly, it was big tech specifically, and that was what was driving the U.S. market. And we saw that trade obviously take a pretty big stumble last year. And as we go forward, I think you can make an argument that it's more company by company, it's more specific than it is the big tech trade overall. So by way of example, communication services, which is home to Meta, it's home to Alphabet, Disney, Netflix, some of the names that were kind of high flyers, those took such huge spills and expectations kind of fell apart for those companies that now it actually seems like a reasonable valuation-oriented play, whereas there are some other names in the IT areas and consumer discretionary that don't look so appealing. So, you know, you could almost argue that it's no longer this binary decision as much as it is more of a stock picker's market.
How much from the macro perspective in your role at Morningstar do you draw from what all the equity-specific coverage and teams are doing? Do you look at like a heat map and say, hey, there's a lot more green here than there was 6 months ago, or ratings have moved this way or that way? Do you see any kind of a drift within the
that's probably a good guess.
sector-specific coverage that stands out in a big way? It seems, I mean, the comm services is a great example.
That's right. So we certainly are looking at, you know, kind of what our equity analysts are looking at, but we're also looking at what Wealth's proprietary valuation models are saying, and those are both, you know, the equity analysts, wealth investment professionals, both valuation oriented, so a lot of alignment in their perspectives. But yeah, I mean, when we're thinking long term and not kind of year to year, calendar by calendar, kind of trying to time the market, valuation is what we think is going to drive returns over the long run. And so that is certainly going to be something that we're incorporating
GME going
into our
down with the
analysis
market
of
going
how
up.
we position portfolios.
Is there
Okay, guys, it's been an exciting day. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for your thumbs up. We've got 49 likes today. Well done. Thank you for the new subs. Notification bell if you haven't.
Stocks then kind of frothed up. It seems like a lot of those companies that just 4 months ago.
Hey Taryn, I'm gonna do a recap video. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. It'll be out. Video will be out like 4.
They went through this
turn the notification bell. We'll do a premiere on there, and I come chat on there.
Do we have to have still another kind of wash?
See what happens between
You know,
now and
it
4.
really strikes me
Kind of
that
interesting.
we have seen certainly a lot of interest rate trades go through
Thanks,
the market.
Taryn. Just joined on to catch you. Bye.
Right.
Thanks, my next pair. Thanks, Christopher.
But
Thanks,
if you just
EM.
look at the high yield bond market and you look at
Spies
where
rallying up
spreads
here.
are,
BBY,
it's not like they're screaming
kind of, yeah, I
cheap.
wanted to hold
It's
this
a good way to get a
147
sense for
basically.
how
If
is
it
the market
drops
weighing
below there and
fundamentals?
closes below
Is
there,
it, you know, taking a wary
I don't know.
eye
I
to
might
some of
close
these
some
kind of
shares,
debt-laden,
but I might
less
just hold what I
healthy
have and
companies? Or is
average.
it being pretty forgiving? And
Still
spreads
have-
are not blowing out,
still have
which
a lot
would
of my cash
suggest
secured
that
puts.
If we were to get some
I have
negative
like
surprises,
50,
there is room
which is
for
equivalent
more
of
spread widening
5,000
and more
shares
decline
of the
prices
1.5
for
cash
some of the
secured
more
put.
speculative fare.
And
So
then
still some
for this
forgiveness
account, I've
being
got
applied.
Yeah.
Okay.
24
Mark,
of the 2.5 cash
fantastic way
secured
to get
puts.
us started.
So
Great to have you in studio here.
Thanks, Oliver.
Excellent.
yeah,
Martha
we'll
Norton,
see.
Chief Investment Officer of
Thanks, though,
Americas
guys. Thanks, Jim.
Morningstar
Thanks,
Investment
Trader.
Management.
For sure, my pleasure,
tearing
guys.
apart
Thank you for your
some of the
support.
companies.
I
like that
appreciate it.
description.
We'll
It's
see you on
happening again
Discord.
here today
Link for that
as we get a
is
refresher
pinned,
of what
and our
2022
Twitter is
was
Happy
like.
Money at Happy Money
Jennifer's
YT.
joining us
Okay.
next. We're going to walk